You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome. Welcome to Bassmaster Live. We are coming to you live from the middle of the state of Florida, Central Florida's Harris chain of lakes for the third stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Our coverage brought to you by Dakota Lithium. And we have got day 2 of this third stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series underway. Day 1 was scheduled to go off on Thursday. Dangerous weather prevented that, so we are down just in our second day. We have the full field of 103 anglers out there vying for 50 spots in tomorrow's what should be a Saturday but will be a Sunday semifinal. The Harris chain of lakes, 75,000 acres here, all split up into 8 different distinct lakes. That's one of the things that makes it very interesting. It should be a great day out there today, and we welcome Davey Height, of course, and Ronnie Moore. And Davey Height, this place is full of fish. Florida's a place where you can fish year-round, but you don't catch them the same way year-round. We've learned that yesterday.
Yeah, you really don't, and the time of year has really kind of been an issue for these anglers. We have a beautiful day today, but like you mentioned, Thursday was 30, 40 mile an hour wind, gust even higher than that, and it really mixes things up. A lot of these lakes are shallow, and they'll get dirty, and those fish don't want to cooperate. But today's a beautiful day. A lot of good catches today, I think. A
lot of guys that spent time yesterday sort of sorting out what happened in the wake of that weather and fishing in post-frontal conditions, which are always challenging. We'll see how much of that is left over today to challenge our anglers. The challenges are always plenty here, but the top 10 we will be with all day long, including second place, John Cox.
Gosh, man, today it's a little bit cooler this morning. It's kind of weird because normally this cooler weather, sometimes you get some late spawning going on. But yesterday I just couldn't seem to find that. The one area that I thought it was going to happen, there was a couple boats and they did catch some off beds. I don't know. I think we're just going to kind of just run some of the old stuff where I've caught them before in the past and just try to fish for some bigger fish and, where I've caught bigger fish in the past and maybe we'll run into some today. I mean, yesterday it was quick. It was about maybe 15 minutes. I caught like a 5 and 2 6s or whatever it was. It was a couple nice ones. So, same game plan today and,
Had a terrible practice, man. Had probably my top 3 worst practices ever. Never got any big bites in practice. Yesterday I kind of did the same thing I was doing in practice, but just run different areas, run all new water, run into 3 big ones, and those were the game changers. But a couple of my buddies I'm staying with are doing the same thing. They've been catching some big ones every day, all week long. So today we're gonna do the same thing, maybe run a little new water, just kind of keep fresh and put our head down. I may catch 7 pounds, I may catch, another 19 or 20, who knows? It's all about how many big bites you can get. So I'm a junk fisherman. I'm trying a whole lot of different things and just put my head down and fishing. So we'll see what we can come up with. Maybe they'll bite again today and keep ourselves in the top 10.
Okay, so day 2 here at the Harris chain, man. Exceptional day 1 for me. Feeling I got, mixed emotions today, man. When you catch them off pretty much one spot, and that's all you got, you just don't know. It could be really good again, it could be tough on me today. So it's just kind of a wait and see game for me. But that's how the Harris chain is. It's finicky and you don't really know how your day's gonna go, but really thankful for the first day and how it went. But fishing a little old school, offshore, a little bit deeper. And it's going to be fun, though. We'll see what we can do today. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But a lot of fun yesterday, and looking forward to the day.
Hey, guys, here we are, day 2 here on the Harris chain. And, first day, a little bit of surprise on the size of the fish. I mean, I thought I could probably, round up. I was going to be tickled with 10 pounds, but of course, these guys always catch them, but, a little late day flurry there and caught 2 great big ones. And, we're going to just jump around this morning and, got one lake that I hadn't been to. Not that it hadn't been fished, but maybe my mind will be clear that nobody's been down that bank. So we're going to try it today. We got a long day, supposed to be in at 4:30. Y'all hang in there and see how it ends up.
Alabama's Joseph Webster. We got rookies, we got veterans, we got middle ground journeymen. We got a great top 10 that we're going to be with all day long, in the boat with them all day long. There's Brad Watley, who bookended his day with pretty much 8-pounders to start and finish and very little in between. That's what they call the Florida bag, Davey Hyde.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, a lot of the anglers that are kind of middle of the pack just did not have that big bite. The anglers that are up high had that 5, 6, 7-pounder. Brad Watley with 2 of them, almost 8 pounds each. That's what separates people here at the Harris Chain. The leader, John Garrett, around just big fish, only getting 6 bites. He's a guy you got to watch out for sure.
We are looking forward to 3 hours of live coverage for you coming up here on FS1. I'm Tommy Sanders. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Great to have you live this morning. Got the great classic champ, 2-time Progressive Angler of the Year, Davey Hyde here. Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukan. And Davey, Jordan Lee said it best. I mean, this place is finicky right now. It's full of fish, but it is finicky.
It really is. You know, here at the Harris Chain of Lakes, you can't get caught up in just catching numbers of fish. It's so hard to do because even those bites are hard to find sometimes, those 1 and 2 pound fish. But like I said, John Garrett has only had 6 bites yesterday, but he's around the right size fish. That's what you have to do. John Cox catching a 5 and 2 6s on up in the morning yesterday. So those are the anglers that have really kind of separated themselves. Hopefully some other anglers will find those bigger fish today, but that's the big key here. Not numbers, but the right 5.
Ronnie Moore, you're a Florida guy. You fish Florida this time of year. How likely is it these guys, these top 10 that we're with today, are going to be able to repeat what they did yesterday?
That's the hardest thing, is because for the fans at home, there are 8 different lakes in play at the Harris Chain. So we could have guys going 50 or 60 miles away from other anglers, and there's 4 or 5, 6 lakes in between them. So, Tommy, a lot of those anglers who had success in practice and maybe they had to adjust on day 1, they will have to adjust again most likely. It's hard to have those 1-cast spots. Maybe a Jordan Lee, maybe a John Garrett does have that, but you can't rely on it for 4 straight days. It's Florida. Something's going to change, and normally that's got to be your location. You don't want to run around too much, but you don't want to get stuck into one lake that was on the uptick and now it's fading away. You want to stay with the fish and where they're going.
Oh, you got to pull some good decisions here at the appropriate time. Such, with our first tournament of the year, won by an angler just one event removed from rookie. Our second tournament won by a rookie. The rookies are making a big splash out here, and you're following this statistically, right?
You've heard of a lake turnover. How about a field turnover? We have 10 rookies, the youngest ever class coming in at about an average age of 25, about 6 years younger than the previous. They are all in the top 29 of the Angler of the Year standings. We have 9 former Angler of the Year in the Elite Series. They are averaging 77th. The rookies are averaging about 15.4.
All right. Well, a lot on the table today to work through. And remember, we got 103 anglers out there. And I would say, people might say, nobody shot themselves out of it yet just because of the nature of this place.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You look at some of the anglers that are, you know, in their 20s and 30s, really, they just got 1 good bite. Some of those anglers that are down there in the lower quarter of the field could get 2 good bites and be in the top 20.
I threw an old devil's horse in there, and it was a big grinnell. Got my blood flowing, got me nervous to start the day. Thought it was gonna be a giant. It was a giant, just wasn't a bass. So, just, you know, going to kind of keep doing what I was doing yesterday, just kind of running new water and fishing what's in front of me, and see if we can get some big bites today. That's the whole key, getting a couple big bites. I didn't get any in practice, so to be able to get 3 the first day of the tournament was kind of very much a surprise and a blessing at the same time.
These anglers launched at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock local time. Brock Mosley of Mississippi had 19-11 on day 1, starts in 8th place, tied for 8th, as a matter of fact, with J.T. Tompkins.
Yeah, for some of these anglers, early morning is so critical for their day. They're fishing shallow. Some of the fish are up there around the shad spawn that are certainly most active the first couple hours of light. Brock Mosley being one of those anglers, it's real important for him to get off to a good start.
Well, we mentioned Brad Watley at the top of the show. He's from East Texas, caught an 8-pounder, nearly 8-pounder to get his day started. Had a few little ones and bookended it with another 8.
Twins, 7-14 and a 7-12. It's always good when you weigh in 2 for Big Bass to see.
Oh, come on. Get up in here, buddy. Get up.
Those fish, like we just talked about, a shad spawn area there for Brad Watley. Not how he caught his big fish yesterday, so that's certainly a bonus for him this morning.
I'm about to fall down.
How'd you catch that one?
On the swim jig.
White swim
Right here,
jig,
son.
certainly something you want to throw up there in that Kissimmee grass. There's shad spawn going on.
That was a good one. Not your typical keeper here.
Yep.
That was a little bit above that
3.5.
level.
This is so hard to freaking trick them, man. That bait's so small. Oh, no. Get in there.
Exactly what we just talked about. This is, you can go the next 7 hours, a lot of these anglers without hardly getting bites, but the first 30 minutes of fishing time for all these anglers.
Hey, Davey, I'm not a pro, I'm not a former pro, but hey, Brad, cast back in there one more time.
Yeah, I think he will.
2 in a row to start your day.
He has taken the lead.
And like I mentioned, this is not how he caught the 2 big ones yesterday.
I washed
So
up in the stuff.
I've had Matt Airy pull up to a spot and catch a limit in about 17 minutes. Small, but it's a limit.
Yeah. Dude, that got me jacked right there, son.
the one common denominator with all these lakes, they have the Kissimmee grass. So it's literally like looking for a needle in a haystack, trying to find those little key areas like Brad has found this morning.
Let's get out to Bassmaster Elite Series veteran Brandon Lester. Picked up his first Bassmaster win here in the state of Florida back in 22 up at Kissimmee Chain.
Well, we just got started. I've had a couple nip the bait. Not had one eat it yet. A little more wind this morning than what I thought there was going to be, but I'm not going to complain about it. I'd rather there be a little more than a little less. I need this wind because I'm catching most of them just winding. And that wind is pretty important. It makes it a lot easier to trick them, so we'll deal with it. We're getting into the good stretch here. Just need to get a couple bites. The bites that I've had have been set up exactly like they were yesterday. Yesterday I switched back and forth between a chatterbait and a spinnerbait. I did most of my damage on the chatterbait, but we'll just fish around and see if we can get a couple bites here, get the morning going.
Brandon Lester was one of the anglers that caught his fish early, had all of his weight yesterday, 21-13 by 10 o'clock in the morning.
And Brandon starting in 4th, now down to 5th place at 21-13 yesterday.
David, did he tell you he scouted the rest of the day, or?
He left the area. Yep, he left the area at 10 o'clock and tried to spend the rest of the day practicing. And I said, well, how did that work out? And he said, didn't really find anything that he felt like could help him, but certainly a bonus to have that much of your day that you can really spend towards, the next couple days of the tournament trying to find other areas.
Heard a couple guys on stage say they found some bedding fish they may go through this morning.
And the important thing is also, yesterday was day 1, but the last time these anglers fished here this week was Tuesday evening. We had a Wednesday off day, Thursday weather cancellation, so anglers are still figuring out where their fish went or relocating what they hoped from earlier.
And it still seems to be a little post-frontal hangover still lingering around the Harris chain right now, which complicates things for these guys, but they are the best in the world. Brad Watley of Texas on top. Plenty more to come from the Harris chain. It's the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite from the Harris chain of lakes in Leesburg, Florida, sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Getting started here on day 2 action. Again, this is just the second day of competition. Usually we're at day 3 by now, but we had a postponement from day number 1. Got the full field out there, 103 anglers and only 50 spots available at the end of the day. If you want to pass on to semifinal and final round action, you have got to perform today. Not an easy task. It has been very challenging in the wake of the weather, the time of year, all of these elements conspiring to make decision-making, timing, your ability to get around, very, very important factors in your success. Also figuring out something a little bit different from everyone else. That's going to be the key to the eventual win here. And our leader to start the day is a rookie, John Garrett of Tennessee, from that famed Bethel University program. He has been fishing the opens for a long time, trying to get here, coming so close so many times. He is a well-traveled and actually Bassmaster Classic experienced rookie. $24 pounds, 2 ounces on day 1.
See John Garrett starting offshore. He's hooked up. And like the other anglers that we've seen catch fish this morning, he's not focusing on the shad spawn. He's offshore area that he's in, says a lot of tilapia are in this hard bottom area, I guess you'd call it. A few shell beds in the area, but a lot of tilapia.
Maybe.
Very different about John Garrett's approach.
And he may be one of those 26, 27-year-old rookies. He's actually like much older than most of the other rookies. He's one of the oldest ones, but he's like an older angler in a young man's body. His style and approach, he's a Tennessee river rat, so he's done the no electronics, he's done the little bit, the side imaging, and now he's innovating into the forward game. So John's an old soul in a young man's body.
He's got a lot of respect out there, that is for sure. Here's a true rookie. JT Tompkins had a fantastic qualifying year last year, the EQs, the qualifying pathway to the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Well, just got to our first spot. It's definitely a lot calmer today, so that'll allow me to kind of pick off these fish with the glide bait a little bit easier. Yesterday when I was here and I was trying to throw a glide bait, it was brutal. I mean, the wind usually helps it, but when you had wind like I had yesterday, every time I tried I couldn't even throw it as far as I needed to. But you know, today's a little bit different story, so hopefully we can capitalize on it. You know, there's a lot of bait in the area, so definitely tell there's a lot of life going on. So just gonna have to play around, kind of see where the fish have moved, because after the storm and everything, it definitely feels like the fish have made a shift of some sort, whatever that may be. But I'm gonna play around, see what we can do, and if it doesn't work again, we'll go to our secondary plan like we did yesterday and see what we can do. But definitely excited to get it started, that's for sure. I know they're here.
Secondary plan was pretty awesome yesterday. He was really low on the leaderboard, and then in about 20 minutes at 2:30, he got about 15 pounds on 3 fish.
Yeah, JT Thompson fishing very similar, if you were joining us yesterday, to doing what Trey McKinney did a lot of the day yesterday, using his forward-facing sonar, using a glide bait, seeing those bigger fish offshore. A little mixed in a little bit, fishing some brush piles that he's located also.
He may or may not have been one of the other anglers to call and ask about how close you can fish to the lock, what are the regulations on state by state. Some states you can't fish in the lock at all, but Florida's quite different. So just like Trey, JT may have inquired that amongst the tournament directors.
KJ Queen, North Carolina.
Decent. Got one in the boat, but not like what I wanted to start as. Yesterday I probably caught 30 down that stretch I just fished, and just not seeing the activity here. We're about to make a move and see if we can't go find some activity somewhere. The shad's not doing its thing this morning like it was yesterday, so we'll see how it goes. Just gotta find them big old white things that fly in the sky. There just ain't enough of them here right now.
White things that fly in the skies, birds of prey that are feeding on those shad, just like the bass that he's after is what he's referring to.
He's not talking about clouds. He's
Or
talking about
solar eclipses or anything like that.
KJ having an up and down season, had a very slow start at Toledo Bend and made the top 30 at Lake Fork. So he's on the right track now. Add in the Harris chain here. Another Alabama angler in our top 10 today is Sylacauga, Alabama's David Gaston. David with 20 pounds, just over 20 pounds, 20 pounds, 3 ounces yesterday.
I'm in the same area I caught him yesterday. You know, just keeping my trolling motor down and just fishing what's in front of me. It was just a lot of fish right here in this area. Mainly a bunch of little ones, but every once in a while you get lucky and catch a real big one. There's just some little scattered bait balls out here around some of this grass. You just catch them around the isolated clumps. I caught them doing a little bit of everything yesterday.
David Gasson in a different lake. These lakes are similar. They do have the Kissimmee grass, like I mentioned, but some lakes have more offshore vegetation, and these shad will spawn on that offshore vegetation just like they will right up along the bank, like we saw KJ Queen fishing a few minutes ago. So depending on the lake you're on, the early morning shad spawn could be very different places, offshore or right up on the shoreline.
Garrett got one on. Smaller size.
Not the size he caught yesterday, but did not have a fish at this point yesterday. So
There's thing that it's a good and a bad thing. You don't want your exclusively big fish spot to no longer have exclusively big fish, but the chance to catch 10, 12 fish compared to just having 5 or 6 bites in a day, it gives you a little relief that if you can catch, you know, he's now not in protective mode. He didn't catch such a big bag he needs to protect it, but 24, if he can just catch 15, 15, 15, he knows he'll have a shot. So yesterday was somewhat of a dream day for sure.
His first fish was a 7.6, and he added a 5-pounder later in the day. He went hunting and pecking. He went all around and caught them in different areas. A couple 4-pounders late in the day. Had a pretty good catch rate on day 195 of the 103 had limits. The average fish was 2.5 pounds.
You were talking about it, Tommy. We have so many rookies every year,
24.
and more of them are from the college series. We have about 25% of our field as former college anglers.
Are they a pound?
John Garrett and KJ Queen on camera today, both from Bethel University. Cody Huff, who got 3rd in the Classic, our last event, from Bethel University. So these, just imagine, you go to, I would say Kentucky, but maybe it's the University of Arkansas now. You're a 5-star athlete basketball player, and you're going to play with other 5-stars and get better and compete against each other in practices and stuff. That is exactly what John Garrett, Cody Huff, KJ Queen, and numerous others that aren't on the Elite Series all did for years, competing against and with each other, making each other so much better. Kind of like the Hog program's going to be.
They're different sort of rookies these days, for sure.
Exactly.
They're veterans of competition.
It's really just a younger group of anglers where the club anglers used to do that. You had better club level federation or nation anglers that you had some clubs that were better, and you could learn from the other anglers that you competed against at a lower level.
With that in mind, let's take a look right now at some important standings. Our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year, and there it is, Trey McKinney, our winner. Almost a record-smashing performance there at Lake Fork from young man from Illinois. Tyler Williams of Maine in second place right there. JT Tompkins, whom we just saw just a few minutes ago, out here today in the top 10.
One bad day. Ben Milliken was not only tied for Rookie of the Year lead, but Angler of the Year lead coming into the event. One bad day yesterday, dropped down to 8th in Rookie of the Year.
We've got an impressive pack of them right now, and in action we will see plenty of them today. Right now, it's John Garrett with our Bass Pro Shops.
Hey guys, John Garrett here. Just wrapped up day one at the Harris Chain, and man, it was an awesome day. You know, I caught all 5 of my fish on one bait today, but I ended up catching all my fish on a Strike King 5XD, olive shad color. Is really the only way to get a big bite for me this week, because they're really smart, and it's just a weird time right now here on the Harris Chain, so causing that reaction was a deal for me.
Today on FS1, a bitter rivalry is brewing in the Lone Star State. Now Corey Seager and the reigning champion Rangers battle Jose Altuve and the Astros. It all begins at 4 Eastern on FS1.
Our guy Kyle Jesse's going to have to leave the weigh-in early, Tommy, just to see his Rangers
he's
play.
Rangers crazy, ain't he? He absolutely is. We'll give him permission to do that. This is, of course, stop 3 for the Bassmaster Elite Series this season. The Lowrance Bassmaster at the Harris Chain of Lakes here, legendary. So many tournaments have been contested here through the years. It's a great challenge for the best in the business. Surprisingly, this is only the 4th time in, 16, 17 years that the Bassmaster Elite Series has been here.
Yeah, 08, 2011, then we took 11 years off, 2022. We came back for the Elite Series, and then this year, so.
But lots of college, lots of
yes,
open
opens,
action.
team championship stuff. So if you fished any level of B.A.S.S, the rookies actually have an advantage over the veterans this week because they have been to this body of water throughout the fall, earlier in the winter and spring. So they may have more tangible info. But every single time we've been here, Tommy, we saw frigid cold front. The first time we were here, we saw a bedfish bonanza. The second time, we saw offshore in a huge grass flat that was occupied by most of our field. And the third time we came here, and this year, quite different once again.
Yeah. If you saw Harris Chain and you tuned in to see spawning action, you may not see a whole lot of it today, although John Cox did say this little bit of cold might spur some late spawning activity.
He did, and he's someone we definitely need to keep an eye on because he's one of the best in the business. Bed fishing in general, but certainly here on Harris Chain Lakes.
Another one of the best in the business. Not far from John Cox there is Jordan Lee, 2-time champion of the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic. Back-to-back wins, 16 and 17.
They want a Carolina rig, a little different than all the other anglers we've seen on camera so far.
That's a keeper. There we go, number 1. Not a big one, but start things off. Go ahead.
Heavy sinker, about a 3-foot leader, and a swimming worm. He had a spot offshore grass, outside edge of some vegetation where it's basically one cast, and if school's there, it's on like it was yesterday morning. He caught all his weight, basically making one cast.
And Lester hooked up.
Get up in here. We got one anyway. I ain't gonna lie, I'm starting to get just a little bit worried. Like, we're getting to the juice here. We ought to be catching a bass. If you fish tournaments, you know what I'm talking about. You get to that spot that you're relying on and you ain't getting bit, you're like, all right now, That fish right there, man, they are not eating like they were yesterday morning. I may play around with baits a little bit. And we're just now getting to the part where I really caught them yesterday. But I mean, that fish, like, he nipped at it 3 or 4 times and finally got up there where the hook was. I just kind of kept reeling it. This wind beat on this bank right here all day yesterday. I wish it would calm down just a little bit. The fish are still here. I have absolutely no doubt that the fish are still here.
And Lester on the board now. As he said, getting a little bit nervous there, but still got some good stuff yet to come for him. Let's get over to our leader to start the day, John Garrett.
I feel like Lester can be nervous and still catch a limit in Florida with his eyes closed because he is such a, you'd think he's a Floridian, but he's from Tennessee.
They're just running with it. Yeah, water's real clean over there. This is, from here to the Apopka Canal is probably the cleanest water right now, besides some canals. Ratty rats. Wow.
12 inches.
Small fish.
For those fish in the live well, that's certainly not the size that he needs to have.
I don't even know if.
Have a chance.
Yeah.
Has regained the lead from Brad Watley, who held it all at 21 minutes.
Yeah. That's a 12 incher, a really small fish.
Interesting to see him throwing soft plastic Carolina rigs, mixing up quite a bit when he said he caught all 5 of his fish on a 5XD yesterday.
Now, it might be I don't quite know what his roommate, Cody Huff, he said they both found it on day 1 of practice, but they found it one at 9 a.m., one at 6 p.m.
Get ready.
And I'm not sure what Cody was throwing, but maybe Cody had a great morning, John had a great afternoon.
Looks good. I didn't fish this area yesterday, but I've caught some big ones right here before. We just had one chase it and just take the worm, but it was crazy as we were running in, like everybody out in the lake had fish on. So they must be biting right now.
John Cox, our only Floridian in the top 10.
That's surprising,
isn't it?
John had an interesting story yesterday. He fished with a local angler that was very, very good, John Kramer, who's fishing partner with John Cox some of the times. I fished with John a lot. You know, he's very, very good Florida angler. Good angler nationwide, but especially in Florida. And an area that John fished yesterday that was Kramer's one of his better places is where John Cox caught those 3 bigger fish yesterday. And caught the first one, he was certainly thinking about him, but then the next 2, he said it was, you know, kind of an eerie feeling catching those
connection
those
sort
fish.
of flashed for him right there, yeah.
Thinking of an old fishing buddy.
Trey McKinney's back at it. Had him on camera yesterday. Caught a 3-pounder. He's gotten into our top 10, 9th. Big fish so far is Jamie Hartman, who's down in the 90s, had a 4-pounder.
I'd love to stay with John Cox and see him catch a few of those 5-pounders on this top water worm he's using this morning.
we're probably about to leave. Okay, talk about your boat. So, I mean, you can see right now there's these little shadows by the boat, and those are the bass. They really create more of a shadow than your gizzards and tilapia and bluegill and everything else that's out here. Just because how they sit, kind of stationary and move. But we're just on the end of a little shell bar that has some really short eelgrass on it. Pull it up here just to catch a few, and probably right now we're going to go to where I caught my big ones yesterday, see if we can upgrade, and we'll spend all day in there, see if we have a chance to win, and go get some big ones. Go throw a big 5XD around and see if we can go dig a couple big ones off some shell beds, and hopefully show y'all some bigger shadows in those things. Good luck, dude.
So he explained what's going on there for us. He started at a different area trying to get a few fish in the live well. It's tough on anyone, especially a leader, to go until 10 o'clock like he did yesterday before you put your first fish in the live well. Have a few squeakers in there that hopefully you don't need, but give you confidence.
Yeah. Won't matter at the end of the day if he calls them all out, but the peace of mind to go fish it like he has. And he talked about that technology using 360. It's basically side imaging, but in a 360 circle. And so he's so used to scanning Tennessee River ledges, knowing what fish look like on side scan, he said there's so many different species of fish that forward-facing sonar gets confusing sometimes, or it's hard to decipher, but on 360 he could see those shadows and know that's a bass, that's not a bass. When he's looking at a school.
JT Tompkins hoping maybe this is his first keeper of the day.
Come on. Coming to you.
Definitely a keeper.
Oh, it's got my line.
He gets it in the boat.
I got you. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Start the day off right. Whew. It's pretty good. I didn't have a fish till 12 o'clock, and starting the day off with a big one could be in trouble. I know if I get 5 bites in here doing what I want to do, we'll have a bag on them today. That's for sure. That feels good.
Remember me saying yesterday, Doc talk was he had a couple practice days catching 28 to 30 pound stringers, doing what he's doing right now.
Definitely keep our eyes on JT Tompkins, starting his season out right, keeping his momentum from his qualifying year last year with 30th and a 13th place in 2 events so far. So yet another rookie that bears watching, that is for sure. Quick look at our unofficial. No, we're going to show you the leaderboard when we come back here, because there are changes happening right now. So stick around. Plenty more to come from the Harris chain this morning on day number 2. Back live, day number 2 of the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris chain of lakes here on the Bassmaster Elite Series 3rd event out of 9 events that comprise our 2024 season. We've got 103 anglers out there today. It was a challenging day for them yesterday, but our top 10 certainly did not struggle too much. But who's going to struggle today? So far, we see movement up the leaderboard. Trey McKinney, who just finished outside our top 10, has fished his way all the way up into 3rd place, and right behind him, JT Tompkins, whom we just saw in action a few minutes ago, waiting for his first fish of the day to come. It was a little bit of a long wait, but Davey, it may have been worth it.
Yeah, it may have been worth it. We'll wait for 45 minutes for somebody to catch a big one instead of the smaller ones like we've seen so far. Kind of disappointing to see John Garrett that caught the big fish yesterday, catching those smaller ones this morning, but JT Tompkins missed a couple good ones yesterday, weren't able to get them in the boat. Doc talk was he had some 28 to 30 pound stringers in practice, told me he caught a 988 in practice along with some other 7-pounders. So we've been waiting to do this, and finally this morning we get to get the power pole replay of the day for JT Tompkins catching a good one this morning. He says, I'm around the right ones, I just need to get them in the boat. Power pole replay of the day, JT Tompkins.
He was our leading rookie coming in from EQ system last year, and J.T. Tompkins, big things expected from him, and he is paying it off so far this year.
Him and John Garrett, they had a 17 and 18 for their average finish out of 225 boats per event. They averaged 17th and 18th in the AOI race, and they were neck and neck all season long.
One of the neighbors here, keeping Jordan Lee company this morning.
Should keep.
Similar to what we've seen from John Garrett this morning, the size has certainly gone down from yesterday for these two
this
angles.
morning, but he's not a 12-incher. That's he's probably pound and a quarter, pound and a half, probably pound and a quarter. Yeah.
Jordan Lee back on the Elite Series after multiple years absence. Of course, a two-time Classic champion and very much feared angler out here for a number of years in the world of professional bass fishing. And look what he's done so far. Tucked in right behind Trey McKinney for second place in our Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year standings right there. Patrick Walters right behind him. Another rookie, Tyler Williams. J.T. Tompkins rounding out our top 5 right there.
Jordan Lee wasn't the first angler from the College Series to make the Elite Series, but he was one of the first through the door. He was in that first wave of anglers to do so. And like you said, Tommy, he hasn't been on the Elite Series for a few years and makes his return this year. He started the Elite Series as just a kid. And once he left, he was still, you know, a young man. And now he has grown into a monster in the fishing world. What a great angler.
Time will do that too.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes.
Actually did some co-angler events before the Elite Series. A young, very, very young Jordan Lee. He's been around the Bassmaster, top level of Bassmaster trail for a long time in one form or the other.
Wouldn't that be the worst thing ever if your co-angler shows up and it's Jordan Lee? You're like, oh.
He was a co-angler of mine. That's one reason I know that at one time. Of course, that was before he won a couple of classes.
I can catch 100 of these little things.
You get the text that your partner for the day is Jordan Lee, and you're like, is that the guy? Yeah, it might be the guy.
We got a new leader, our Lake Fork winner, Trey McKinney, just caught a 4-pounder.
We can't keep him
up to about 12 pounds on the day.
Oh, there.
Map Trey looks to be where he was yesterday morning, where he caught a lot of his numbers that we saw. We were with him yesterday,
right.
So.
John Garrett.
Yeah, so what we have is basically the most protected lake on the chain, so we got really clean water, and a lot of fish are getting, quality fish are getting pushed in here to get in the clean water, and it's just about 100-yard stretch of hard bottom at 10 to 13 foot range. And it's just covered with everything. It's got tilapia and crappie and bluegill. Snagged all those with a crankbait yesterday, and there's a pretty small group of big bass swimming around here. So sit here all day, see if we can get some of the right ones. Did you?
You can see there on the mega view, Davey, obviously we know he just put his trolling motor in the water, so he's just getting a first full circle of his Humminbird 360, but you can see that yellow dot on the left side of the circle just out of view. That is a waypoint. So obviously it's either where he wants to be casting to, or it's where he wants his boat to be positioned from. But this offshore hard area, a lot of good water clarity in this region, and it's a place that, one of the only places on the chain that a crankbait would be like a highly effective place.
Probably won't get one, but you got an opportunity to. So we'll see if we can get some.
Big key for John Garrett is the hard bottom.
Yep, me and old Cody sharing them, and we both had a good day yesterday. This is not the place at all to light the world on fire as far as catching fish. They're just really good quality here.
And the Humminbird, I mentioned hard bottom, a big key there for John Garrett. The Humminbird 360, certainly the best tool in the business, in my opinion, finding that hard bottom.
And one thing to consider, those small, what I call connecting lakes. You know, you have Dora and then you've got Beauclair, Carlton. They have that good hard bottom. Also helps keep clarity because it's not the mucky, silty bottom. That's also a place where Aaron Yavorski, the youngest Classic qualifier ever, won the team championship last December. So it's a place that they'll go to stay for their winter portion, and it's a place they'll pull off for their summer places as well.
God almighty, wow, what's y'all bite?
So Brad catch a couple bang early today, and he's hooked up again.
Is it the same one that blew up on it?
Yeah, look at the paper thin.
Oh.
It's all right. It's 3 early.
3 early is a very big deal for Brad Watley. Had a great day in practice over at Apopka. Did not go there yesterday, but he said if he gets a few in the boat where he knows he can make the cut, he probably will gamble and go over there today.
Currently, it looks like there are 2 anglers that at least have their Bass Track GPS location on. 2 anglers that made the run to Apopka and are fishing in Apopka right now. Another one looks like he's in the canal or in the lock waiting to now get through to get to Apopka. So not as many took the gamble early this morning.
Brad Watley, one of our veterans, 6th year with Bassmaster Elite Series, did not get the start he wanted in his home state of Texas, using the Harris chain to get his season back on track. Catching a few early, that's a good sign. If he goes to Apopka, we'll be with him. We'll be with our other 9 and the rest of the field when we come back. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes, 3rd stop of the year, Bassmaster Elite Series. Got a full field out here today. Our day 1 was postponed. We are working through 4 days of fishing. Yesterday was day 1. We still got the full field today, as we say. The TH Marine Weather Watch shows us one of those perfect Florida days, 79 degrees, 52 degrees overnight. The whole reason you want to be in Florida this time of year, and the conditions are just getting better and better throughout the remainder of this tournament. Still in the wake, maybe a few post-frontal conditions remaining here. Still breezy and a little bit cooler. Looking at Brandon Lester. He's had a little, just missed the cut the first 2 events, but looking forward to Florida. He loves it here in Florida. Looking for Florida to turn his season around, and that's the way it's been working out so far.
100%. As we bring it into the Bassmaster studios here, at the Screen of Knowledge, the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, we got special teams and special players here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and one of those guys is Brandon Lester. And in the state of Florida, Brandon Lester is top tier. It's one of the hardest states to master in the sport of bass fishing. So much changing conditions. Most of the time we come here in February where cold fronts exceptionally affect the fishing, but Brandon Lester seems ever consistent. There's multiple lakes in Florida we've been to as well. The St. Johns River, which is our next stop next week. We've been here at the Harris Chain, the Kissimmee Chain, right in there in the central Orlando region, and as far south as Lake Okeechobee. And so when you think about all of those different fisheries, consistency overall, that's the name of the game for Brandon Lester. One of the best in Florida. It is his home away from home. In his career, not counting this week, he's got 23 B.A.S.S. events, 9 finishes in the top 15. Out of the top 40, he's been in there 13 times, and that is, to give some perspective, we're fishing 100 boats of the best in the world for the Bassmaster Elite Series. But on the opens, the semi-pro level, a lot of Elite Series pros will still fish that series. Maybe a chance at another classic berth, maybe a chance just to keep, tuning their craft on the Bassmaster Trail. And so we're thinking 225 boats for half of these finishes, and we're thinking 100 boats for the other. So to have that many top 40s is very impressive. Over 50%. 9 of those being top 15s as well. And the other number, he's got a victory on the Kissimmee chain. He's got a second place down there as well. Top 10s, top 5s at the Harris chain and at the St. Johns River. $196,000 that he's made in just 13 to 15 checks. So not only is he getting checks in Florida, he's getting those high-paying checks as well. And maybe he's on his way to a $100,000 payday, which would be a second Elite Series win this week. So Brandon Lester, one of the most consistent anglers in the state of Florida. If we update it and say, let's just say he makes the cut for tomorrow, he'll be to 24 events. He's on pace for another top 15, another top 40. Absolutely excellent and spectacular record for Brandon Lester in the state of Florida.
Seems like, Davey, that the whole bass fishing world is divided between guys who just want to survive Florida and ones who look forward. Which camp were you in during your great career?
I was definitely one of those that just wanted to survive Florida. There's just so many things, like Ronnie mentioned, especially the time of year we typically come here. A lot of frontal conditions, but then lack of contour made it difficult for me.
Yeah, so pulled up to my best and only spot. And of course, it was lights out yesterday, no camera in the boat. And today, it's definitely something's changed. I mean, they're not sitting on the sweet spot that they've been sitting on. And it's just a little outside grass line, hard bottom area. And I think they've ghosted me. So I caught 4 of my fish right here yesterday. And they're not being very nice. I mean, I know it was a good spot. Just based off the few bites I got here in practice and yesterday. So I'm trying to kind of decide, how I'm trying to just kind of mill around. I mean, I was sitting on one waypoint right here yesterday and just not catching them at will, but catching them pretty good, and they were good fish, so. It's kind of hard just to find new areas or places like this. So that's what I kind of got to keep in mind. Caught 2 so far. Both of them been about £1.25, £1.5. But they've definitely moved around on me.
They will.
Lots of people, yeah.
They will move around on you in Florida, just like we were talking about before we heard Jordan there. I mean, there's good and bad with catching them all early, basically, on one cast. That's great. You got that place to go to, but the next morning when they're not there, it makes it difficult.
Of course, Jordan Lee, his return to the Bassmaster Elite Series caught everyone's attention. What a great career, starting with one of the most incomparable college careers of all time at Auburn, and back-to-back, as we mentioned earlier, Bass Pro Shop Bassmaster Classics in 17 and 18.
You can tell how young he was, Tommy, because that trophy, that's not the lightest trophy in the world, but holding it above your head is pretty tough. But he did that 2 straight years, going from Houston, Texas at Lake Conroe with a comeback for the ages, and then to win on the final day against one of the best anglers in the world. He solidified himself as, I'm one of the best anglers in the world.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And both of those tournaments really played out for him in a strange way, so to speak. He had mechanical difficulties at the one in Texas, and it worked out. He wasn't able to move around, and it turns out he did not need to move around. He was on the best spot in the lake.
Very nearly a 3-time Classic winner.
Yes.
When you think about it, his very first when he qualified through the bracket competition.
One of his home lakes at Gunnersville, yeah. He still holds the record for the highest finish of a college representative, which we've had over a dozen representatives in the Bassmaster Classic from the College Series.
Although he's considered a veteran now, he was not the first college angler to come out at the top level on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but certainly the most successful.
Yes, he has set the bar in many ways. I really didn't like fishing against him in college. He's a nice guy, but it was just very annoying having him at the top 5 most of the time.
I think that's kind of been the motto at every level that he's been on. Not a lot of people enjoy competing against him.
I got nothing wrong.
He's a nice guy. Yeah, he's a great guy.
A lot of guys say that. I have nothing wrong with Jordan Lee, nothing against him, but he gets a little annoying because he wins and does so well.
Very likable guy. Always has been. I'm really curious to see what Brad Watley does, because he said that he had a day like no other day he's had in Florida at Lake Apopka, one of the practice days, well over 30 pounds. And you have to be able to fish tomorrow to have a chance to win this thing. And you know, he's probably got enough to make that cut at this point, but he's not sure. And do you stay around for another hour or so to be sure you've got enough to make the 50 cut, and then use that time that you really will need to make that trip to Apopka and come back.
Yeah,
the lock only holding 3 boats.
There's potential downside to that trip for sure. We've seen that in the past.
And the one good thing, he doesn't know this, but we know this, that with it only looking like just a couple anglers going, there may not be a big line. You know, normally that's the risk you run, is you want to fish here for a few hours, get a limit, feel much more comfortable about locking through, but most of the time you show up at 9 or 10 o'clock at the lock and there's 10 other people who had the same plan, and you're now waiting in line instead of going immediately and having no line. But with very few going this morning, the odds that Brad would be able to slide in and slide back out present themselves. And he's got a 4 o'clock check-in. He's not in the last flight, but in the 3rd flight. So he does have a little bit longer than the 1st flight check-in.
You made a good point, though. He doesn't know that. We do. It's like playing Texas Hold'em when you can watch it on TV and see the other people's cards.
Why don't
I'm
you
a lot
go
better
all in?
when I know
Please
those things.
go all in. We see the guy's cards. Go in.
He's if he knew that there were very few people there, he might have some other thoughts about going there too.
Absolutely.
There's that side of it also.
That's why there were some anglers from practice that said, you know, I want to go to Apopka, but I want to catch some fish before I do. So I might go to a Dora or a Beauclair or a Carlton to see how many boats may run by me, so I know who, you know, you're almost the gatekeeper. I'm sitting here knowing that 10 went in front of me and 5 more passed me later on.
So many things in our sport that are out of our control, the unknowns, is what makes it so interesting. Unlike other sports, you know, you don't know if the water clarity is going to be good at Apopka. There's so many other things that he has to weigh in before he decides to go or not go.
They have to do so much thinking to get around this place, the Harris Chain. About 75,000 acres, but it's 8 different lakes, each one of them with a little bit different personality. That's what makes it so much fun, and we are still early on day number 2 in competition here with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's get it, baby. It's a risky deal where you choose a fish. You're like, okay, well, if it's risk reward, it maybe not as many people go up there. That's a good key, you know. It's like, well, less people, less time, bigger fish. Let's do that. You know, that's for some people, but for me, I think I need as much time as I possibly can to get 5 bites. So I'm gonna stay within, not too far, not too crazy, and just kind of basically, I picked my 3 lakes, and I'm like, I'm gonna figure them out in these 3 lakes. You know, I took the mindset of that. But as long as I could just kind of scramble out, survive in those 3 lakes I picked, I just kind of narrow it down, pick a little section of the lake and figure it out. Hey y'all, that's a bass. That's a Florida bass.
Your VMC on point with the youngest angler to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event, the last outing for the elites at Lake Fork, getting over 130 pounds for 4 days of fishing. One of the greatest all-time performances by that rookie Trey McKinney. And look at him right now as we look at our unofficial leaderboard. He has taken over the top spot, coming from outside the top 10, fishing his way all the way to the top ahead of our leader to start the day, John Garrett. Of course, we spent the whole day in the boat with him yesterday, Davey, and he showed us the Lake Fork. He's got a great mind. He's 19 years old. He has got a great mind for fishing, very, very creative. and just willing to make a decision and hit it hard.
Yeah, just like that, looking at him there on a VMC on point, narrowing down these lakes to, he said, I'm gonna pick 3 lakes and I'm gonna concentrate on just those 3. Doing things like that is certainly not something you typically hear from a 19-year-old, being able to really narrow down something that can be so complicated.
At my shell bar where I caught my big bag yesterday, and starting to see a few fish. Got a long day. I mean, I didn't have a fish here till 10 or 10:30 yesterday, but probably go sit here all day and see if we can get some of the right ones. But they're starting to travel through here, swim in and out. Just got to trick a few of them, but see if we get a few good ones. Just crazy. I really never, to be honest with you, I didn't know if I'd ever be here. Really challenging for me to get here. 4 or 5 years of the Opens, and couldn't believe I got here. Now to be leading one of these things is crazy. You know, however it works out is still pretty dang cool deal. I just come over one right there. Didn't get it. Pretty crazy. I mean, watching Trey won our last one, and it just goes to show you when it's your time, it's your time. And I'm not saying that by any means about this week, but just shows that it could happen very easy. So we're gonna try our best to make it happen.
Very true what he said. It could happen very easy, but you ask some anglers that have been out here fishing the Bassmaster tournament trail for 20 years, it's not so easy for some. Certainly got to feel good about his start. To only have 6 bites yesterday and weigh in 24 pounds.
Hey, how about a Skeeter Boats? Big fish alert. Austin Felix, a 6-pounder. Best of the day so far. Yesterday we had 2 anglers tie for 714 for our Phoenix Coast B.A.S.S. Paul Mueller and Brad Watley.
Brad Watley with a 714 and a 712.
David Gaston was so close to 713, right there.
Right in the middle.
I think Paul Mueller tied with a 714.
Yes.
So we had 3 bass, or we had 4 bass within 2 ounces of each other for the big bass yesterday.
I think somebody's going to top Austin Felix today. That's his first fish.
It is from rocking.
Yeah, that's a shot of Brandon Lester. He said he'd rather have more wind than not enough. He might change that statement now.
Yeah, he did say that was enough at one point when we were with him a few minutes ago.
Yeah, that'll definitely change what's going on here with him. Definitely a shad spawn up here in the Kissimmee grass. And that is not what you want typically. Well, that water's rocking back off of those seawalls.
There you go.
Got one now.
Gosh, that's a good one too. Get in here, baby.
There we go.
Yes, sir. Gosh, that was weird, dude. He was right on the edge of that grass, and he ate it right on the edge of the grass. I just felt his head shaking when it got wadded up in that grass. Got the drone going this morning. Good morning, Bass Live. Y'all know what that is? That's about $10,000 right there. I will take that. Give me some, cameraman. A little bit slower this morning, but that's the kind of bites we're looking for.
Saying that's $10,000 right there.
Right, we got
secured
enough to make it to
him
tomorrow.
making
Let's
that
catch
cut. $10,000 being 50th place money.
So I can now update the screen of knowledge that we had 24 events fished, and he's now broken the $200,000 mark in the state of Florida exclusively.
Gosh, that was so weird. It was coming
It's
into
hard
the
to average
edge of that
10K
grass right
in a
there.
state every
And
time
ate
you
it
go
right
there.
before it got into the edge, and I'll be honest with you, for a second I thought I was just hung in the edge of that grass, and then I felt him pulling back. I was like, oh, I got one.
Didn't he say that when he wanted Pickwick? I think he said, that's $100,000. I think he said
Yeah,
that.
his first fish. Oh, well, no.
No, late in that day, I think.
I'm telling you, if this wind would calm down 3 or 4 miles an hour so I could just really pick it apart and do exactly what I want to do. They're still here. This wind is just a little bit much. I may have to change sides of the lake. There's still a whole lot of this. I can run this pattern all over this lake. I'm pretty sure that I can. There's still a lot that I've not explored. So it may take us a little longer today, but we're gonna get the job done.
Another big factor, he's mentioned changing sides of the lake. The shad spawn is a low light thing. You see,
I know.
He's on the right side of the lake where he's in the shade, so it extends longer in the day.
Look at the actual wind finder app, which is the best app that I know of for really seeing what the wind's going to do throughout the day. I just looked at the Weather Channel forecast and it said out of the north at 5 to 10, and I was like, well, that'll be perfect, you know, because I want a little bit of a ripple on the water for sure, but I hate to tell Mr. Weatherman this is a little bit more than 5 to 10. But it's all good. We'll make the best of it.
Tommy, you stated it. These aren't the biggest bodies of water, but there are 8 lakes here, and they're all round in nature.
Yeah.
So
natural lake.
There's nothing. It's not like Grand Lake where there's twists and turns. There's nothing to protect the wind from your area. If it's going to blow a direction, there's nothing impeding it until it hits the bank on that side of the lake. So, like you said, Davey, he could go to the other side of the lake, but it's already bright sun.
Yeah.
Shad spawn's probably done, but it is calmer. And so it's one of those things that when you look at your morning, planning it out with weather, you got to make the right call.
Shad spawn, calm, and sun is not what you want. That's not the combination. So that's why he's trying to put up with this. And he's not doing bad, but you have to keep in mind, yesterday morning he had caught 10 by this time.
2 3/4? Yeah, 212 will be fine.
Give you a heads up on what's upcoming in our live coverage here. Dave Mercer will give us on-location coverage. Getting right around the top of the hour here at Bass Live. And the weigh-in later on today on Bassmaster.com if you want to check in.
It's going to be a great tournament to watch because some of these anglers, like Brandon Lesser, that they caught most of what they weighed in early yesterday morning, or Jordan Lee, fishing differently, but how they adjust during the day with not having the comfort of having 20 pounds in the live well. It's like he's about to make a move now, maybe go to the other side of the lake.
Brandon, 11th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series out of Fayetteville, Tennessee.
Got to talk to him at the Expo, at the Bassmaster Classic. He was one of our in the Expo interviews, and I said, I really don't want to talk to you next year at the Bassmaster Classic in the Expo. We're not used to seeing you here, so I'm glad I got you now, but we're expecting to see you on the water once again when we hit Ray Roberts next year in Fort Worth for the 55th Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, he's fished in 8 classics, but this year's wasn't one of them, obviously. And here's the wind. Yeah, here's the wind map.
So where the cursor is, right below the name Lake Eustis there, the center of the screen, that's about where he's at. And so that north 5 to 10, Davey, that is right
on in. It may be 5 to 10 on the north side of the lake, but he's on the south.
7 to 15 down there.
And the seawalls, it's something that attract those shad, those spawning shad like to get along those seawalls. But that just, when those waves go against those seawalls and come back out, it just creates a lot of turbulence there.
All about the timing, moving around, catching the conditions just right. Being there when you can get one to bite. They're not easy to get them to bite here. That's the consensus from all of our anglers here. It takes all the skills that you have to make it happen here on the Harris Chain, and that's why we like tournaments like that. It's going to be a very interesting 4 days. We're just getting started on day number 2 here, and we'll be back with much more moments away. Tonight on Fox, the United Football League kicks off the Week 3 action with a battle between the Memphis Showboats and the Birmingham Stallions. All begins at 7 Eastern on Fox. Spring just got stronger.
Spring football.
Tom,
Spring football.
Didn't you say you were one of the first fans of the Memphis Showboats?
Yeah, way back in the original Memphis Showboats. I'm going to bring the hat in here one of these days. Show it. It's a fantastic hat. You look really good in that while you support those showboats, I can tell you. But right now, having a pretty strong springtime activity in the bass fishing world. Second day action at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite here at the Harris Chain of Lakes, famed for tournament action here in Central Florida. And Trey McKinney, the youngest rookie ever to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series, sits on top of that unofficial leaderboard. Started outside our top 10. We're going to keep track of him all day. We are in the boat with all of our top 10 throughout this day. And let's get back out to Texan Brad Watley. 2 giants yesterday in his bag.
Certainly did, and he's ahead of schedule today. Not the Giants, but more fish in the live well than he had yesterday. He's hooked up again now. Mixing it up this morning. That's fish on a spinnerbait. He's caught one on a swim jig, spinnerbait, buzz bait.
Yeah.
All shad feeders.
That'll put him back in the lead. Been 4 lead changes this morning so far.
Today would be a great day for Watley
let's
to
try a 1-2er on that one.
increase his average fish weight. So when you're deciphering his 22 pounds even yesterday, great day. You'll take 22 any day you can get it. But when 16 pounds of it came from 2 fish, that means your other 3 were 6 pounds total. You would love to catch 15 pounds today with no big ones, meaning that you've upped your average fish size, because you can't count on a big one in Florida, even though they do show up more than other states. You can't rely on catching 2 8s the next day.
Yeah. A few minutes ago, we saw Brandon Lester pick up and make a bit of a move, short move. I'm heading in the same lake here.
Did not go to the other side of the lake, I don't think.
And did not evade the wind either.
No.
Gave our homeowner the full Bass Track update. He's got 2.
No doubt.
Another homeowner.
Photographer. It might be Dalton Tumblin. I don't know.
Let's go. We'll take it.
Hats off to the people behind those cameras. That's not easy filming with that going on in the boat.
Or something out here, man. That wind's pushing in here against that seawall, and it's just like a wash tub. The fish are here, obviously. It's just a little bit harder to fish it as effective. Yesterday, I was really able to pick it apart, do exactly what I needed to do. If I can get it in front of one today, he'll bite it. I'm hoping this wind lays down just a little while. Just a little bit. I mean, I don't mind some wind, but it's a little much right now. It's all right. We're still catching a couple.
You have Team Brandon Fine is in the boat as the cameraman with Brandon Lester. So
double Brandon.
Got one of the youngsters. Brandon Fine's I think he's 14, and he's been out here for 4 years on the Elites doing it. So
Trey McKinney just filled his limit. Brad Watley's lead was short-lived, 2 minutes. McKinney's back in the lead with 30 pounds, 12 ounces total.
Let's get it back out to Jordan Lee.
Jordan Lee looks like he's still in that same area that he started, but using a different bait. Using a crankbait now.
It may be 12. You never know. I mean,
could get 5 bites all day. The difference between a check and no check. Monsters. We on them bigs this morning.
Number 3 for Jordan Lee.
Yeah, certainly a monster when you look at that could be the fish that gets him into tomorrow's cut, and then hopefully he can catch some fish the size that he caught on day one.
That could be a difference maker. You don't want to make any mistakes out here today on the Harris chain. It's easy to do. But right now, I think we've been trying as best we can over the last hour and a half to bring you the live Florida experience, but I think we can enhance it even a little bit more by turning things over to our pal, Dave Mercer. Tab Jones is an expert on Florida fishing and the Harris chain as well. We really look forward to you guys giving us the full measure here. Guys, take over.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Kick back, relax, because this is the full Florida experience. Standing out here, Tab, this is the reason guys like you decided to live here in this beautiful part of the world. It is a spectacular Saturday morning here in Florida.
It really is. This is what drove my wife and I to move here. We fished here an elite wild card qualifier probably 15 years ago, fell in love with the place, and decided to make a permanent move a couple of years ago, and we love it here. This is why we decided to move here.
Well, fishing-wise, that's why I brought you here. I know you don't like me using the term expert, but he is a local hotshot, let's just say. And this morning, you said to me as soon as I walked up, you said it was a little different in front of my house this morning than it was yesterday. Explain that to me.
It was. There's the shad spawn is starting to heat up. There were about 30 or 40 birds on my dock this morning, and I'm starting to see them a lot around the lake. I saw some in the background with several of the anglers this morning, so I think you're going to see it.
Well, let's get out on the water live right now. David Gaston, his second season here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, loves to do a lot of offshore tuna fishing, but he catches some big bass and made his first classic in his first season, but some action with David Gaston just moments ago.
I seen them coming up eating like them needle-nose fish. They'll come up and blow up on those needle nose. Order some lures on him.
Moments ago, now live with David Gaston. And I mean, Tab, when you want to make a tournament better, you just put topwater in play.
There's nothing like throwing a big walking bait, and especially where he is, if they're coming up eating needlefish, they're going to blow up on that thing really well. It's one of my favorite baits to fish here.
It is a Florida staple. You think of whether a pencil-style bait, a walking bait, those longer topwaters have caught thousands and thousands of competitive fish here in Florida tournaments.
They certainly have that, and the Devil Horse. It's an old staple here, but they really like those pencil-style baits. It's exciting to throw.
Bass, gar. Like this is a big bass right here. That one. Let's see who chasing in. A little one.
Two Alabama anglers on the screen right now. Joseph Webster having a great tournament. Both two kind of anglers that do their talking at the scales. I mean, you got a lot of different personalities, but they're both quiet anglers that just love to be here. But when they're on them, they are, as well, anyone that's on them is a contender, obviously, I guess.
They are, and I really like to see the guys. I mean, you can tell they're tuned in. They're focused on what they're doing. They're not doing a lot of talking, but that's fine. Let the fish do it for them.
Tell me this, as a competitor, I mean, you've qualified for a Bassmaster Classic. How important is that mental outlook? Because this was an event where many came into this event saying, hey, we're hitting this body of water at a strange time. It can be a little fickle. And it felt like there was a percentage of our field that kind of removed themselves from contention before they even made a cast. How important is that mental outlook going into a competitive day?
You have got to keep focused on your goal. And if your goal is for the AOI or for the Classic, you've got to keep that in mind. You don't want to stumble, and it's real easy to do in a lake like Florida. You've just really got to bear down and make sure that you're catching quality fish. And, you know, even though you may not be in contention to win, you've still got to maintain that point.
Mental outlook's so important in every sport, but I honestly believe it. Maybe I'm biased a little bit because I love bass fishing, but that's what makes this sport stand aside from so many things. The Masters is being played in golf this weekend, obviously. It's a 4-hour round. When you have an event that lasts 8 hours, I mean, you can't lose focus, and that's what it comes down. I mean, me and Rick Lund talked about this morning. He's like, he's having a decent tournament, but he said just a couple of things went wrong, but it's so hard to stay mentally focused for that long.
It is. It is real easy to do what we call spinning out. You miss a big fish, you lose a big fish, or the fish that are in your area leave, and it's real easy to let that get in your head, and you've got to just bear down and focus on your game plan.
Spectacular morning here in Leesburg, Florida. This is Chamber of Commerce weather in this beautiful Florida event. A little later than we're normally here. Normally here just a little earlier in the year, but spectacular weather and a spectacular tournament. Normally it's semifinal Saturday. Well, this is moving day. You got to be inside the top 50 to keep your tournament alive. Atop the leaderboard, the same leader we had at our last Elite Series event, the youngest Elite Series champion ever, Trey McKinney, took that title at Lake Fork with over 130 pounds of bass. Well, look out. 19 years old, and he is leading once again. We're seeing something special here, aren't we, Ted?
He's doing an amazing job.
He's an amazing young angler, and lots of action still to come from the Harris chain. Welcome back to On Location coverage here in Leesburg, Florida. It is a spectacular Saturday morning here. The goal to get inside the top 50, but the best thing about being here in Florida is we got back-to-back events here in the great state of Florida. After this week, we'll head up the road to Palatka, Florida. That will be the fourth stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, but a very special event, the 500th event for the legendary Mr. Rick Clunn. And what better place to have it than the place where he won his last two Elite Series events. Palatka, always such a great host community. And Rick Clunn is going to make history fishing his 500th Bassmaster event. And I'm predicting giant crowds. A lot of special guests showing up just to see Rick Clunn do that, because it is something that will never happen again in the future, unless, of course, a 19-year-old kid named Trey McKinney happens to stick around for, 50 years or so. And not even quite 50 years, because he started at 19 years old, and he is making his charge already here today. Went out in 12th place, has moved all the way up to the lead, making him our Mercury move of the day. The youngest Elite Series champion in history, trying to go back-to-back. Unbelievable. Trey McKinney, we're seeing something special, Ted.
We really are. It's really fun to watch him fish and to see how productive he is on so many different bodies of water.
An incredible young angler. We have heard about him for years and years to come, and so often, a lot of those hyped up anglers, it takes them a few years. It took him a few hours, I think. At the first day on the Elites, he said, that was tough, but it hasn't been since that first day. I mean, he is literally just one of those phenoms from Illinois, and another one of those phenoms that did very, very well. Trey McKinney did a lot of high school terms, didn't do the collegiate route, but a guy that did do the collegiate route was KJ Queen, obviously a Bethel University angler, one of the powerhouses in professional bass fishing, and we're going to head out on the water with him live right now. North Carolina's KJ Queen, currently in 23rd place. He's probably looking at him today, I would imagine, if it's KJ. He loves to sight fish.
He has the wandering eyes right now, doesn't he?
KJ hooked up.
Not her.
I'll take it. Dang, I thought I had her. Dang, I thought I had her. Oh.
Fish number 2, 11 pound or 1 pound 8 ounces. 11.8 would be much bigger jump in the leaderboard, but maybe that's what he's fishing for. Obviously, he said that wasn't her. That was him.
Yep. He'll go back in the same spot again to see if he can pick her up. I'm not sure he isn't seeing them and then backing off and doing a little blind fishing for them.
Boy, at this point in the season, you would imagine, I mean, obviously the opportunity for sight fishing is dwindling, but just the amount of pressure that they have had at this point, does it get harder as the year moves on, I would imagine?
It does. The unique thing about Florida is that they spawn for such a long period of time. They'll go 3, 4, maybe 5 months here sometimes.
4 box right now. Brad Watley, J.T. Tompkins, John Garrett, and Brandon Lester. Lester needs to buy a house in Florida. I mean, he needs to become your neighbor. It's ridiculous how well he does in these Florida fisheries. I mean, he's always a contender, it seems.
He is. It suits his fishing style, and I mean, just consistently top 10 finishes in these lakes.
See, lower corner, J.T. Tompkins with 4 fish in the live well. Obviously, highly hyped rookie. I mean, they're all pretty highly hyped coming into this season, but he won the Tackle Warehouse EQ Angler of the Year title last year.
So many of those college anglers have come into the Elite Series with just a full skill set. They hit the ground running. There's not much learning curve left for those guys.
And they also care about nothing but bass fishing. If you spend any time with J.T. Tompkins, I mean, he still lives in his bedroom at his parents' house. One half of the room has got MMA trophies. I guess he used to be a amateur wrestler, MMA fighter, and the other half is just lures and rods everywhere. His room's a total mess, but just with fishing. Oh, and they live on the road. I mean, he travels with Tyler Williams, and Tyler Williams lives in Maine, and he left in December to start pre-fishing these events in the Classic. He will not go home to Maine until the season is over, which is incredible. I mean, he'll Waddington, New York. After that, he'll head back to Maine. So they're on the water, and they're focused on nothing but catching bass.
I've spoken with Tyler several times, and he is committed to being on the road, doing the pre-practice trips, the whole kit. He very dedicated to the sport.
J.T. Tompkins, obviously the reigning 2023 Tackle Warehouse EQ Angler of the Year. Let's have a look at our current standings. These are the anglers trying to get here in the Elite Series. Atop that leaderboard, Canada's Evan Kung. His second year fishing the EQs. Last year was a little rocky, but you see that. A first year you kind of get your feet under you. But year 2, things going great for Evan Kung, Dakota Ebert, Matt Adams, and the list goes on. And I would say, looking at that list, the future is very, very bright, Tab.
It is. There are some really quality names on that list, and the EQ is just a perfect preparatory circuit to get the guys ready. When they get here, they can hit the ground running. There's not another learning curve after that. The 9 tournaments in the EQ are just an absolute road trip, and by the time you get through with that circuit, you've been to every kind of lake there is to fish.
You know what makes me happy? Makes me happy when we get to watch John Cox. I mean, addictive, almost childlike excitement at a time when everybody's talking about forward-facing sonar. He didn't even have one on the boat. John Cox live on the water.
It's like 9 o'clock. We came in here pretty much in search of a big fish, one big bite. You know, a lot of times when I get bitten here, it's usually like a 6-7 pounder. So I think we had 2 really big wakes come after us, and when they hit my worm, I set the hook and they took the worm. They just didn't eat it all the way. Probably something to do with the 50-pound braid I was throwing in this crystal clear water, but it's always nice to have that when you get a big one on. But we're gonna move around a little bit. I mean, we don't have any cloud cover. We got a little bit of wind. I don't know. I think it's gonna be kind of like yesterday, more of a timing thing. When we get around something, we'll get a couple bites. Just hopefully we can pick a few up here and there. And but I mean, it looks great out. I mean, we couldn't ask for any better conditions. So we will see what happens.
I want to be in his brain. I mean, look how calm and relaxed he is. Doesn't have a fish today, obviously in contention here, but life is good for John Cox.
It really is. He's an amazing angler also, and he fishes the way I like to fish, and I enjoy watching him. He's so excited everything he catches.
Oh, he's a weirdo. Like he says, and all that matters to him is fishing as well, and not just this stuff. I mean, he'll finish here and he'll be like, let's go shiner fishing. I mean, he literally once said right after a weigh-in, said, let's go shiner fishing. I'm like, you haven't been home in a month and you want to go shiner fishing? He is addicted to this sport, and we're happy to have him here. It is day 2 of the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome to On Location coverage. I'm joined by local Teb Jones, another former Bassmaster Classic qualifier. Well, let's look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, and that shows how our playing field is spread through an 8-lake chain. Does anything shock you? I mean, it looks fairly spread out consistently throughout the chain. I mean, it doesn't seem like one area is dominating like last time we were here.
No, it doesn't. I see a lot of waypoints literally in every single lake. I'm really surprised there haven't been more fish caught in Apopka. It's been a big player lately, but all of that stuff in Big Harris and Little Harris and Eustis and Beauclair, I mean, that's not surprising at all. They live there all the time.
As you can see, that's how our field lays out, and numbers was not a question coming into this tournament. Anglers just said getting that bigger than average bite is pretty tough to I mean, Hank Cherry explained it. He said it's predictable but unpredictable. He said you're catching them in areas where you expect to catch a fish, but he said you got to fish a lot of those areas before you, and it could be a 12-incher, it could be a 12-pounder, but that's Florida.
It is. There could be a magic piece of Kissimmee grass that just gives up a couple of giant ones.
Lowrance bird's eye view of Brock Mosley, who took an Elite Series title last year in Orange, Texas on the Sabine River, currently in 25th place.
Not very good. hadn't had a keeper bite yet. I'm fishing all new water. That's all I did yesterday, so it's kind of hard to tell if I need to make some kind of adjustment or if I just ain't around them yet. Hadn't really had the vibe that I'm around them. I mean, I've caught 2 little small fish. That's it. The way the chain is fishing right now, I really don't know if you can win it off one area or one spot. So that's kind of what I was, looking for. I may go back down some of the stretches I caught some on yesterday, but I'm just trying to do what I did yesterday and just run new water in the same lake right now. I'm doing the same stuff, just hadn't run into them yet, but it wasn't real fast yesterday. I mean, I didn't have a limit till 10:30. But I had 2 of my about 12, but I had 2 of my big ones before lunch, but it seemed like the bites were more yesterday afternoon. So We're just going to keep digging around, playing around, see what we can come up with.
Brock Mosley had the title of biggest bridesmaid for a few years, 5 second-place finishes, but he shed that title last year with an Elite Series win. Another guy trying to chase down his first Elite Series title, but he has the biggest title in bass fishing, a 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion, returning to the Elite Series and picking up right where he left off, the one and only Jordan Lee.
Suits his fishing style as well.
I mean, he's always been so calm. He's got that ice in his veins as far as a competitor, but it feels like he's even more that way now. More, at peace as a person. Hooked up live.
Number 4. Yeah. Big monster, biggest one yet. Probably 2-pounder. I said about 2-pounder. Yeah. We're on the monsters now.
There you go.
Jordan Lee currently in second place in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. But let's head over to the always lethal Brandon Lester, a 2-time Bassmaster winner, one in the Elites and one in the Bassmaster Opens. He may be from Tennessee, but Florida sure feels like home for Brandon Lester.
God, that was cool. I seen him eat it off that tree. He ain't that big, but I'd like to have him. Come here.
Let's go.
He'll fill a spot anyway. That was cool. That dude was super shallow. I cast right up there by that cypress tree, and I just saw him flash. He ate it.
So Lester, I mean, I feel like I've seen that replay 100 times, that exact visual right there. I mean, it feels like we're watching a tournament of the past because you just see that dude fishing exactly how we see very often.
If they're biting a chatterbait and a swim jig, that's a picture you're going to see from Brandon all day, every day. He's good at it.
Came very close to winning the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title just 2 years ago, a second-place finish in that. And weirdly enough, the next season was one of his tougher Elite Series seasons. He's one of those consistent anglers that you just take it for granted. He's going to be in the Classic.
I saw that one eat it too. Looked bigger when he ate it, but we'll certainly take him. That's 5 of them. Ain't really what we're looking for, but that's 5 of them.
That's a limit for Lester. 5 fish in the boat. And he's going to continue to cull his way up throughout the day. But let's get back over to Brock Mosley. A great aerial shot of him. He's one of your Mississippi natives.
He is. He's from back home and had a very successful college career as well. And obviously has done very well in the elites. Very consistent and fishing similar type cover that Brandon is.
Do you think that shad spawn bite you talked about, seeing a difference at your house this morning, will that continue over the next few days? When that starts, it goes.
It does. It is time for him to do that. That little cold snap may have, slowed him down a little bit, but the next 2 mornings, I expect to see that come on pretty heavy.
Still got that 10-foot gator under your dock?
I do. Henry's always around.
I don't want to meet Henry. I mean, I'd love to go hang out in your dock, but Henry can stay away.
Yeah, you don't want to sit on the edge and dangle your feet. That's not the place to do that.
Riddle me this. I asked you yesterday, then we went to break. Teb, where does that name come from?
That is my given name from birth, and I've got an extended family in Texas and home family in Mississippi, and it's a long story. I'll share with you all.
Oh boy, no, not one of those TV stories, I guess. Let's hook up with KJ Queen, a 2-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier.
Eat it, eat it, eat it. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Come on, baby. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Finally. Got us one.
Why didn't you just tell it what to do? Eat it. It did. Stay on. It did.
That fish minded very well.
Number 3 for KJ, and a good one. But let's head back over to Brandon Lester. Just got his limit moments ago. Now it's time to start culling, something he's very good. I mean, what happens with him in Florida is amazing. Everybody has those rougher days, but his rougher days just seem to be a little better than everybody else's.
That's the key to Florida, not making a big stumble.
Stay on, baby.
Ooh, this could make a big difference.
I don't think it's hooked that good. Come here, just calm down. I need that one bad. Jeez. It may be hooked a lot better than I think. See, it's hooked from the outside in. Look at that. Just swatted at it. I could tell. I'd usually boat flip a fish like that. I'm throwing 17 vicious fluorocarbon. But I could tell something wasn't right whenever she bit it. We got her. Her, him, whatever. I know, it's a terrible fish landing. Terrible. We got him though.
His smallest fish was 1 pound. I would not say it is 1 pound anymore. That a good one, and let's have a look at that again. Brandon Lester making moves in the Sunshine State. That is something we are very used to seeing, and never mind all those shenanigans. It's a lot more fun when you get him in the boat. Lester going to be something to be dealt with. I would imagine he'll be here all the way through to Monday.
I would bet money on that. Yeah, that's one of those heartbeat moments there beside the boat.
Lots of action still to come. This is day 2 of the 3rd stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series, the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain in beautiful Leesburg, Florida. The goal today, get inside the top 50 to keep your tournament alive and move on to a very rare semifinal Sunday.
Hey guys, John Cox here. We are here at the Harris Chain. Man, had a really good day today. I've never won a major tournament in Florida. Like, I've gotten big leads, all the way back to, I had an 11-pound lead in one of them. Scott Martin came back and ended up beating me. But I want to win. My parents said if I have a shot at winning, they're going to come down to the weigh-in. So that's what I'm hoping. I don't know if they've ever been to a weigh-in. But so I'm hoping that last day I have a shot to win so they can come down and check all this out.
Well, I'd love to have the whole Cox family here on Championship Monday, and people would love to see John Cox pull it off. I mean, an incredible angler at a time where this sport is being dominated by technology. he doesn't even have it on the boat. He's just so natural. And I mean, I've watched him idle away from the dock in the morning. You know how fired up people are. I mean, just even act cool. You drive away fast. I mean, it's in our DNA. Not John Cox. He just idled across the bay and went fishing. Let's get some bonus coverage. Kenta Kamira, a Bassmaster Open winner and a two-time Classic qualifier, and a man strictly fueled by Red Bull. Said he had 8 of them yesterday, and this footage from John Garrett's boat. Jake Latondras in the boat with John, and hey, why not just cover Kenta at the same time? Maybe you could ask John to move the boat to the other side. I know you're trying to win a tournament and all.
Kenta's had some good tournaments here before.
He obviously isn't part of that rookie class, but he lives like, oh, that's a good fish.
Go.
That is a good one right there. But as I was saying, he lives that same rookie lifestyle. I mean, he fishes all the Opens, fishes all the Elite Series events. He is on the water every single day you talk to him.
I can't believe the amount of time that he spends on the road and spends on the water. I don't know how he gets from event to event. He fishes so many of them.
Well, he drinks a lot of Red Bull.
That helps.
I don't know how he sleeps. That's the most bizarre thing to me. He said 8 didn't work yesterday. Might have to drink 20 today. I mean, he may either lead this tournament or explode on stage. A guy who has exploded on stage into this sport. Exploded into this sport. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Jordan Lee, he's pretty good.
Big old worm.
Whoa! I know that sound. Skeeter boat's a big fish alert, and we may have been alerted to it a little prematurely, but you see it right there, 6 pounds even. Kenta Kamira, moments ago, you saw that footage, and Kenta Kamira with your Skeeter boat's a big fish alert, a 6-pounder, and that will make things very different. The amount of anglers yesterday that weighed in and had that bigger than average bite. I mean, and you look at the rest of their limit, I mean, that's Florida. I mean, you just got to survive, but you live and die by that big bite.
Typical Florida limits. Big one, couple of big ones, and fill out with 2-pounders.
Joseph Webster hooked up live.
Bad when you beg for them little jokers, but I'll take them. Ooh, yeah. Next one will be 5 pounds. We'll be in the chips.
Fourth fish of the day. And you've said that several times, Ted. That's Florida. I mean, you're going to get your opportunities at those bigger bites.
You will. You've got to capitalize, though, because in this time of year, you're not going to get a ton of those bites, but 1 or 2 a day, those are key. You've got to put them in the boat.
From Joseph Webster, let's get a 4-box going here. Brandon Lester, John Garrett, Brad Watley, and Jordan Lee. John Garrett left the dock this morning with the lead, currently in 4th place. We talked about it yesterday, Tab. He is one of those dudes that you've known. He's been so close to making the Elite Series several times within 8 points. He is here now, and I would expect him to be here for a very long time.
I don't disagree with that. Quality guy, soft-spoken, but very professional.
What shocked you about yesterday's weigh-in?
I really didn't expect to see as many 20-pound limits. I thought we'd have 2 or 3, and I think we had, 7, and a whole bunch in the high 19s. So the big fish bite, I think, was a little above average yesterday, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it blow up again this afternoon.
I asked you where the cup was going to be yesterday, and I got to give you props. I mean, you said 12 pounds, and I think the cup was like 12 pounds, 2 ounces after day number 1.
it may take 13. You may have to have 25 to make the 50.
Why would you expect it would go up today?
I think that the weather has settled a little bit. Water's clearing up. Some of the areas that the guys were not able to fish yesterday, they're able to fish today.
Well, we'll see how that all works out. We got lots of action still to come from the Harris Chain of Lakes in beautiful Leesburg, Florida. A beautiful sunny Saturday morning. And the quest is to stay inside the top 50 to move on to semifinals Sunday here at the third stop of the 2024 Elite Series. Welcome back to our on-location coverage. Here in the Sunshine State, everything's officially unofficial until they hit the scales this afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern time on Bassmaster.com. Make sure to tune into that. And we'll find out who our top 50 is moving into semifinal Sunday. Always a great crowd here. Incredible weather conditions, so it is going to be very hospitable and a good time. So if you're anywhere in the area, make sure to come down here to Leesburg, Florida, Venetian Gardens to see the weigh-in. But even from home, go to Bassmaster.com and we'll see the unofficial weights become official. But we have an official brand new leader, unofficially, Brandon Lester with 31 pounds, 9 ounces. And Trey McKinney moved down to second place. And Lester's kind of been your pick from the start in this event, and making you kind of look like, I mean, shall I call you the Tony Romo of this sport? I mean, you're calling your shots, and they're literally happening right in front of our very eyes.
It's really hard not to pick Brandon Lester. You can't go wrong picking him in every event, but I felt like going into this event that as much success as he's had here and the way that this suits his fishing style, he's going to be a tough guy to beat.
Brandon Lester covering shorelines, fishing boat docks right now.
Well, I just ran over here to the more calm side of the lake. I've not fished as much over here. Last day of practice, I fished over here a little bit early in the morning and got a couple bites, and I just kind of, a lot of this stuff, to be honest with you, I can kind of make it up as I go. I know what I'm looking for, and I'm just kind of covering water. So we're going to run this side of the lake for a little while, see what we can run into. We may run to a different lake a little bit later. I've got some other stuff. I've got a long day today. I was last boat out today, so we've got till 4:30 to get it done. And no, we're off to a good start. You know, I mean, I'd love to have what I had at this time yesterday morning, but we're off to a dang good start. So we will see what happens. You just got to make the right cast. I need to be covering water, but I also have to be thorough as well, and I know that. So I'm just trying to cover water in the dead spots, and then when I get to a place that has all the right ingredients, then I try to hunker down and really pick it apart.
Brandon Lester with a long day ahead of him.
So it's all good.
The long day ahead of Lester makes him a very, very scary cat to deal with. And just what he said there, I kind of can
rather be right now
call. I kind of put it together as we move along. I mean, that's.
If I had a choice, I don't know that I wouldn't be in Tennessee right now, sitting with my back against a tree with a gobbling turkey out in front of me, because today is opening day, and I'm missing it. But hopefully, we're going to make some money this week, regardless of how it shakes out. So I can wait. Them turkeys, they can wait till I get home. There's enough of them to go around. But good luck to all my buddies back home on opening day today. I bet you if I looked at my phone right now, I guarantee you I've got at least 4 or 5 pictures of dead turkeys probably. But I'm keeping my mind on bass fishing right now.
Do you think he's saying that because he believes it, or he's trying to talk himself into being totally focused on what's ahead of him?
Maybe a little bit of both, but I'll tell you something he said, and it should scare some of the other anglers. I like what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I enjoy what I'm doing. When you're that comfortable, that relaxed, and that confident, It's a good combination.
If you're watching his footage right now, it literally looks like a guy out fun fishing, just leisurely fishing. And the more you can get natural, get relaxed in this sport, the better you do. And let's head over to Mississippi's Brock Mosley.
There's one. That's a good one. Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. Yes, baby. That's a good one. It's not a giant, but it's a good one.
Good quality fish.
Whew, got that monkey off our back. I never got a bite off a dock yesterday. Whoops. It's about time to retire this scale. It's been through many a mile.
To have a bass, I'd like to say you're welcome to the Pontoon Boat Club. Great commercial. Sorry, Pontoon Yacht Club. Let's head over to our day one leader, John Garrett. Not alone in that area. He's got several boats in that same area. 360 being a big player for John Garrett, and you're very intimate with that spot, Tep.
Yeah, he's in Carlton now. He was
there's still some
he was in
popping up here
Lake
close,
Dora earlier, but
they
Carlton and
definitely
both
just swam through about 20 or 30 of them. Still have yet to make one of those good ones bite, but they're here. Try to get as many casts in those shadows as I can while they're around. But when that 360 rotates and they pop in it, I try to make, like I said, as many as I can. Just try to get one to react. And now they're about gone again now. And they're so hard to, you can't really follow them. It's really hard because there's just so many fish just in general here. So being able to distinguish on the forward facing is very hard. Where I'm throwing is their little feeding spot. So I'm just not saying camp here, but definitely make most of my casts in that area.
How does your Humminbird 360?
A great look through his Mega 360 to see what John Garrett's seeing. So when you hear people mentioning hard spots, I think that a lot of our viewers, around the world, explain that to me, Ted.
It's primarily a mussel bed.
Okay.
Now, there's some limestone hard spots in these lakes, but primarily the mussel beds are where those fish hang out. They move in, they feed. They're there almost year-round. It just attracts a lot of bait fish, and he's hooked up. He was.
No need for that one. I mentioned it yesterday how this sport has changed. We went from having to wait for a magazine to come out 2 months later to find out who won a tournament not too long ago. Now, live bass fishing, our anglers are covered all the time. And not just the anglers, we got them from on the boat, above the boat, and now we've hooked into their graphs to see exactly what they're seeing. And that was a really unique look at what your day one leader, John Garrett, is looking at. This the kind of place that can hold out?
Yes, absolutely. Mussel beds are a great place to hang out.
Do they reload?
Absolutely.
Sounds like a great plan for our day one leader, John Garrett. Oh, that's where I can't believe we spoiled the surprise, Ted, but they're coming for us. Me and you are going to go for a cruise, and I thought, hey, we're on FS1. I mean, might as well go big with the budget here. We blew the budget on a couple of aquatic vehicles. Are you excited to do that, Teb?
I'm all in.
We'll go visit Henry, the 10-foot gator, under your dock. But the 10-foot gator of this tournament right now is Brandon Lester, your tournament leader. Teb, you've been awesome. Thank you very much.
I enjoyed it, Dave. Thank you.
We'll be back from the studio. Bath Hive.
The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite from the Harris chain of lakes in Leesburg, Florida, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Live coverage continuing on into the 4th hour of competition for these 103 anglers who are out there. This is a big, big day. You got to make it to the top 50 if you want to fish on through into days 3 and possibly even Championship Monday. We are running a day late than the original schedule because our first day was postponed due to unsafe weather. We are pushing our way through day number 2, and Brandon Lester, who started the day in 4th place, obviously a great one for Florida, has sort of taken over that top spot. There's been some other movement up and down that leaderboard as well. If you're just picking up with us right now, we can fill you in on what we've seen so far today with our Yamaha Midday Report. And we will start it with the man we were closing in on there right now, and that's Jordan Lee.
Yeah, Jordan Lee starting off this morning in 5th place. Yesterday he had 21 pounds, 6 ounces. It's exciting to talk to him about, hey, I caught him old school on a Carolina rig swimming worm. Basically making one cast on the outside edge of some vegetation. Really expected to see more big things from Jordan this morning. We saw some catches, but unfortunately they were that size. You know, a lot of 1.5 pounders mixed in there. The fish replenished, but the size was not there like yesterday morning. So for Jordan Lee, he's got to find a little better class of fish.
Maybe we'll see an afternoon. Some of these fish may be up in the shad spawn. When they stop being up there, they make their way offshore, just like for this guy, John Garrett. Hard spot, really, honestly, featureless, Davey, but it's a place that these fish, when they move off the bank, will go and be at.
Yeah, very interesting to talk to John Garrett about his day yesterday. Only caught 6 bass yesterday, but they were certainly the right ones with 24 pounds, 2 ounces yesterday. Caught him in an area that he said the only thing that's really unique about it was a lot of tilapia in the area. He snagged 3 or 4 tilapia yesterday while fishing his Strike King 5XD crankbait, what he caught most of his fish on yesterday. Today we've seen him mix it up using soft plastics, a variety of different lures. Unfortunately for John Garrett, those fish are smaller than they were yesterday, just like for Jordan Lee.
Brad Watley having a good start to his tournament here. Started the day in 4th place. He's had been up to 3rd at one point, but still looking for his big one as well.
Yeah, he had a couple big ones yesterday, a 7.12 and a 7.14 to anchor his limit yesterday. Had 3 other fish that were about 6 pounds total for those other 3, but this morning off to a lot better start. It was slow for him yesterday, catching that one fish, the big one early on and the other one late in the day. A lot slower start as far as size for him, but a lot more numbers this morning for Brad Watley.
Brandon Lester squeezing that shad spawn for everything he can wring out of it and doing a good job. That's his job today.
Yeah, absolutely. The wind picked up a little bit. And if you fish shad spawn before in Florida or anywhere else in the country, you do like a little bit of wind, but it's a little too much, especially for where Brandon Lester is fishing in front of these seawalls and having those waves come back and forth. Took him a lot longer this morning to get his limit than it did yesterday morning. But like you said, Tommy, he kept picking through them and was able to get a solid limit and be right up there, unofficially back and forth this morning, 1st and 2nd place with Trey McKinney.
One thing we'll keep an eye on is a couple different things. The lakes that anglers keep in play. We talked about Brad Watley getting off to a better start today. If he doesn't have to use Lake Apopka, Davey, and he can save Apopka for a day 3 move or a day 4, it could be an ace in your hole, especially when maybe people don't make the cut and nobody goes to Apopka. Brandon Lester, he's utilized a lot of different lakes in his great success at the Harris Chain the past few years. And then we think about the big bass aspect. A lot of these leaders had 6, 7, 8 pounders, close to that. Trey McKinney yesterday had almost 18 pounds, and they were just all solid fish. If he does another 17 to 18 with no kicker again today, he'll be one to keep an eye on.
He is at it again, Ron. He just called up the biggest bag of the day, 14 pounds, 14 ounces, and he's back in the lead the 3rd time he's led today. He's 1-3 up on Lester.
everything in the 3 to 4 pound range except for one fish. He gets rid of that. He'll be right on track with yesterday.
That is an atypical limit here, for sure.
Yes.
Brandon Lester told us earlier, he says, I think I can repeat this all over the place here. I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm dialed in on.
Ed Loughran just made a move as well. He caught a 412. He's got 13 pounds on the day, up to 3rd place.
Tommy, you said that about Lester, and that's, Dave, you can speak to this, that you might be confident in Harris, Dora, Eustace, maybe Griffin, but if you're trying to target a shad spawn deal, you're wondering if Lester doesn't like as much wind on this bank, why doesn't he go and move? It's such a fine window of time that if Lester's committed his day 2 to Eustace for the shad spawn, you can't adjust in the middle of the shad spawn and make it to another lake through idle zones with enough time to let it to be prosperous. So Dora or some other lake might be his day 3 shad spawn because he burns this out.
Not only moving to another lake where conditions will be very different and the time that he would burn doing that, but you say to yourself, well, why doesn't he just move to the other side of this lake? It's more protected, but there's certain areas in each of these lakes that those shad really tend to group up and spawn better in.
Well, he's very confident about what he's doing. As a matter of fact, Brandon Lester gave us some clues as to what's on his mind as he approaches day number 2.
You know, every time I come down here, I understand more and more how important it is to not, especially when you're on a place like the Harris chain or the Kissimmee chain, you got 8 or 9 different lakes in this chain that you can fish. So it's very important to not try to run to Griffin and then turn around and run to Dora. You're going to spend all your day running around. You need to be fishing, maximizing your time, and you need to be in an area that actually has fish in it. I know that sounds elementary, but you'd be surprised how much you can get spread out on a place like this. See, it's hooked from the outside in. Look at that.
Well, that's our marathon peak performance for today. He is our leader, or was until just a couple of minutes ago. As Such informed us, Trey McKinney had bypassed him, but a good, solid day. Nothing huge. He hasn't quite cracked officially the 10-pound. He may have 10 pounds, but that's a good, solid performance so far on a day number 2 for Brandon Lester.
Certainly is marathon peak performance for Brandon Lester. A lot slower for him this morning, but like you mentioned, a solid performance for him. That 5th fish being 3 pounds, 4 ounces, definitely a big changer there for Brandon Lester.
And you look at the times there, 8:53 to 9:37. That is a 40-minute window that you catch a 5-fish limit. A lot of anglers used all 8 hours yesterday to try to catch a 5-fish limit. Now he's got the rest of his day to upgrade those 3 instead of trying to piece together his initial limit.
Mike Iaconelli making a move. He's up to 12th place, just landed a 4.5 pounder. He's over 12 pounds on the day, coming up from 34th place.
As we head for another break here, we got a little trivia to lay on you here. All right. I'm going to ask you the question. Our Northland Daily Trivia is what we call this feature right here. And the question is, what was Brian Snowden's lead going into the final day of the 2008, the first time the Elites came to the Harris Chain? 2008 Harris Chain Elite. What was his lead going into the final day? Was it 8 pounds 15 ounces, 9, 14, 10-2, or 10-8? We know that lead kind of got diminished and defaced during the course of the day. It was not a happy day for Brian Snowden, but it is a part of Harris Chain history. Think about it. We'll pay it off when we get back. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes in Leesburg, Florida, sponsored by Mercury, by PowerPole, and by Progressive Insurance. Lots of fun, this live coverage here. And I want to say a great thank you to our local host. Greater Orlando Sports Commission makes so many of the things that we are able to do with this big event very much possible and publicized and coming off without a hitch. Orlando, what a great sports town, and the Orlando Sports Commission is definitely on our list of outfits that need to be recognized as part of the main effort to showcase the best bass anglers in the world. Our Northland Daily Trivia. question about Harris Chain history. Brian Snowden, first time the elites came to the Harris Chain back in 2008. Brian Snowden had the lead going into the final day. Didn't turn out well, but the question is not about that. The question is, what was the size of that lead? Was it 8-15, 9-14, 10-2, or 10-8? Davey High, you were there.
I was there.
Davey
I was in
there.
that event, and I just, the number 10-pound lead comes to mind, 9-14 or 10-2. I'm going to go C, 10-2.
Ronnie?
I think it's the other side of it. I wasn't there, but I was an adolescent watching at home, and I thought it was just under 10 pounds, 9-14.
I'm going to go with the 10 pounds myself, too. I think something about a 10. No, Ronnie,
That
adolescent wins.
We always like to boost things up. I caught a 5-pounder, and it was only a 4-14.
You're the leading adolescent today. Ronnie Moore, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaking of the Suits splits hairs. Suits makes us split hairs on those trivias.
He does, and I'm going to try to split some hairs here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge as we bring it into the Bassmaster Studios. We were talking about big bass and the impact they can have, and when we go to a place like our last stop, Lake Fork, where you can almost guarantee during the time of the year and the way the fish were grouped up or the bedding fish was coming to fruition, you can catch a 7-pounder every day. You can duplicate that. But this week, with it being transition, you have fish on the bed, you have fish doing shad spawn activities, you have fish moving to the offshore game, also post-spawn fish a lot skinnier than they would have been maybe a month or two ago. That kind of puts the big bass in flux. So when we think about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, you get a big bass bonus for having the angler on your team that catches the biggest fish of the day. Yesterday it was 2 anglers, 7 pounds, 14 ounces was big bass, and Brad Wadley and Paul Mueller both tied at that. I think David Gaston had a 7-13, and then one of those for Brad Wadley was also a 7-12. So we saw 4 fish in the 7-12 to 7-14 range. And when we think about those fish are on the scales, it's all confirmed you like it. But when we think about Brad Watley's 22 pounds even, that's made up of 2 fish, almost 8 pounds each. So that is the majority of his weight in 2 fish. Whereas Paul Mueller, who had 17 and change, he had 4 fish for 10 pounds. So we're trying to make those smaller fish come up to a better average size. His other 3 keepers for Brad Wadley were in the 2-pound range. The other 4 keepers for Paul Mueller were 2.5-pounders. What we're seeing from guys like Trey McKinney, who are catching a bunch of 3 to 4.5-pounders, that is the recipe for consistency. But you'll take a big bass when you can get it, and we'll see if a 7-14 gets broken throughout the rest of the week. It's not trivia, guys, but at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I'll pose it to y'all. Are we going to see one bigger than 7-14 this week? We just saw 2 on day 1.
I say we will before the week's out. I say we will.
Okay.
I'm good for that. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay. It is not safe. But if you do have them on your fantasy team, that's 40 bonus points. So enjoy them while it's unofficial. Once it becomes official Tuesday, I'm sorry, they may not have it.
Back to Brock Mosley.
Dude, that drive got old. It's a keeper anyway. I think. Yeah, it's a keeper. He's long. Oh yeah, plenty. That ought to get us in the cut.
Positive results maybe in the cut there for Brock Mosley.
Yeah.
Let's take it over to John Cox. They going a little bit slower. Yesterday's was laid out.
Yeah.
Slow start for him today.
I just remember it was just sitting on the bed. Yeah, it was actually somewhere right in here.
Cox's 3 Bassmaster finishes here. We're 7th place in 22, 11th place in an open.
I thought it was going to be a big one. Hey, it's a keeper though. Oh my God. We don't know how important that one fish might be.
Oh, so that's it.
Good camera work there, seeing that fish come up and eat that top water. Swimming worm. Like a buzzbait coming across the water, but it's actually soft plastic.
get over to Joseph Webster. Currently in 16th place. Midday in 6th.
Get in here. Golly, how important is a 1-pounder? Hey, easy. Look at there. That's like gold. Watch it not even be 12 inches, then I'll be sick. Oh man, 12 and a half. That's a big one, look how thick. Woo. Heck yeah.
Celebrated 1-pounders ever in the history of Bassmaster Live.
Hey, making light of non-ideal fish catch sizes, that's important until you have 5, then you can start complaining about the size.
It is, but keep in mind, those are usually the key fish that these anglers know they've guaranteed themselves a $10,000
exactly
check.
Right.
So
yes. It's bigger than it looked.
Yes, yes. Bigger than it looks. This is a good one here.
Get in here. There's number 2. There's the second one that we need. Flapping hog right there. Best jig trailer on the market. All right.
Look like a mop jig and a flapping hog to be more precise, I think.
You have zero bias towards both of those.
Zero.
Those are.
And I think he's fishing a brush pile. How many guys have we seen fishing brush piles? That buoy,
yeah.
I think there's a fish attractor out there.
This is the little side. Okay. Calm down. There's 3 over here. 1, 2. All right, we got a limit.
Oh, he's got a few more fish than I thought he did.
Yeah.
Go. Start calling. Come on.
JT Tompkins, one of our overachieving rookies out here this year. Of course, he overachieved last year on his way to make it into the Bassmaster Elite Series. He is knocking them dead this year.
These guys put in so much work. Davey, you've talked about it when you were a youngster fishing the Bassmaster Tour, how you had to put in time and try to get up to the level of the guys you were trying to beat. And that's what a lot of these anglers are doing.
But it weren't a big one.
Pre-practicing and other things.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, I can't ever take anything away from a young angler or an older angler. Heck, I fished 4 days last week myself that wants to get better and spend time on the water. That's certainly all part of the big picture of being a better angler.
Our 103 anglers will soldier on through the rest of this all-important day number 2. They've got to make it into the top 50. They want to fish tomorrow. Sunday will be day 3 of this Lowrance Harris Chain Bassmaster Elite.
Brandon Lester is going to be in this thing right until the end. You can just feel it.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be there. In the Yeti hot seat, though, we have to say, as it stands right now, it's going to be the rookie, Trey McKinney, our winner the last time out with the Bassmaster Elite Series with a stunning performance at Lake Fork in Texas. He's taken over the top spot from outside the top 10. The weigh-in starts on Bassmaster.com. If you want to look at it, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. When we will have that for you. Very important weigh-in. 50 will emerge victorious and head on into another quest. Day number 3 to make it into the top 10.
Oh my gosh!
Our coverage continues on Bassmaster.com, also starting at 11:30 a.m. Thank you so much for being with us, and we are all set to see you tomorrow morning right here on FS1, same time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. 3 more hours of coverage from day number 3 in the Harris Chain.
You're You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
All right, our live coverage continues here at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida. This is day number 2 if you're just checking in on it. We did not do day number 1 on Thursday, as was planned because of weather safety issues. We end our second day only here, so we got the full field out there on the 8 lakes that comprise the Harris Chain. Very, very interesting tournament going on right here. And a lot of changes since we started this morning. John Garrett was on top when we started with 24 pounds, 2 ounces. On day number 1, he had fallen down as far as 7th place. And we come back after our break here, our midday break, and John Garrett is back on top. We will fill in, backfill, as they say, that story for you, and so much more. Everything that we have seen so far today and through this tournament will contain it all right now in our Toyota Midday Report. So let's get to a rookie. Rookie's always a big part of our story these days anymore. JT Tompkins, #1 qualifier for the Elite Series this year from the EQs. Getting out there's a slow start for JT. He waited a long time, baby, for his first fish.
He did. Kind of had a slower day yesterday, putting him in the live well. He lost a few fish during periods of the day. Yesterday would have certainly made his catch a lot better. Said he had about 28 to 30 pounds, best 5 fish hooked up yesterday and lost several of them. This morning, getting bites early, but they were smaller. Caught a couple of good fish. JT Tompkins, one of the anglers, is throwing a big glide bait. We saw Trey McKinney doing that yesterday also. Fishing offshore, throwing a big glide bait primarily.
Another man tied with a great place to start the day was Brock Mosley, the veteran from Mississippi. Trying to get his best start of the year going on the Elite Series.
Yeah, I would say every fish is a bonus for Brock Mosley. He said he had the 3rd best worst practice of all time coming into this event. So yesterday he was certainly surprised to have a top 10 finish. This morning, a little slow, but he's been able to, much like Brandon Lester, just keep his bait wet, staying in areas, staying shallow around Kissimmee grass, a few boat docks mixed in, and currently unofficially in 6th place with 31 pounds, 3 ounces. Still a great tournament so far for the 3rd best worst practice ever.
That's right.
There's going to be a lot of anglers out there that didn't catch 20 pounds or heavy 19s on day 1, and they won't catch it today. So at least he got his job done yesterday, and even if it's tougher today or tomorrow, he has that bonus of a day 1 big bag.
Yeah, he's still looking good to make it to the day 3 action here on the Harris Chain of Lakes. How about Brandon Lester? He always looks forward to his trips to Florida. He's got a great record here, as you pointed out many times today, Ronnie.
Yeah, Lester, one big deal that he said in an interview and his style of fishing today is you don't want to run around, especially if you're trying to capitalize on a shad spawn bite. You need to just be confident in the area you choose and slight adjustments, not lake changes, not idle zone movement. And that's what he did, even with more wind than expected on the east side of Eustis.
Yeah, a lot more wind there for him this morning, and the bite was a lot slower yesterday morning by about 10:30. He had 21 pounds this morning by 10:30. He caught his 5th fish that only at that point weighed about 7 or 8 pounds total. So just like you mentioned, Ronnie, he, instead of running around, just kept his bait wet and was able to move on up there and catch a solid limit. Currently unofficially in 5th place.
Still been a slow period the last hour for him, still stuck around 10 pounds. Brad Watley, big day yesterday with 2 giants to start and end his fishing day. And today he got started a little earlier, actually, with some decent keepers.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I was a little nervous for Brad Watley. When you looked at what his total weight was yesterday, you thought, wow, he's somebody that obviously had a great day. Some of these other anglers did catch 30 bass or so. Brad Watley, not so much, but he did have a 7.12 and a 7.14. That's never a bad thing, but the big picture, you look and say, wow, without those 2 bites, it really was a slow day for Brad Watley. Got off to a better start this morning with the shad spawn, using a mixture of baits, a white swim jig, a white buzz bait, white chatterbait, doing some different things, even a spinner bait a little bit. So he's been able to keep it wet, just like the other anglers. Not as many bites, or not the size for Brad Watley this morning as yesterday.
John Garrett, the man who started the day with the lead, 24 pounds and 2 ounces. A great day 1, but a slow start on day number 2, size-wise.
Yeah, he mixed it up a little bit. We saw him with a lipless crankbait there, some soft plastics. He said that he had all the fish he caught yesterday, except maybe one, wasn't 100% sure, came on a 5XD. Today he was mixing it up. Ronnie, I think you said that he taught what his his friend there, Cody Huff, and
Yes.
they kind of tag teamed him, I guess.
And I think that because he didn't catch any good fish or any fish at all before 11 o'clock, Davey, he opted to start his day in a different area so that he could get a baseline weight, get 3, 4, 5 fish, small limit, but have that comfort to go to his big fish area and ride it out. And boy, did he, just a few minutes ago, landing this close to 6-pounder, if not 6-pounder. It was on Bass Track at 6 pounds. And that's one of the big ones that you need, Tommy. So now he's our unofficial leader.
Yeah, by about 2.5 pounds at this point. That's his pretty good sized lead for this place, actually, the way it's been going the past couple of days. Oh, now we're live with John Garrett.
You good?
Ooh.
That sucks. 5-pounder. He just jumped too many times. Gosh, dang it.
Take a look here, trying to wear this fish down. It's part of using any baits with treble hooks, especially your bigger, heavier baits, or bigger crankbaits of all different types,
That
bigger
really
top
does.
waters. It's one jump too many.
John Garrett, a rookie who has worked
that's a good
so
one,
many
too.
years
That was a good one.
to get out here on the Elite Series.
Both of his latest upgrades, that 6-pounder, and he also caught a 3-pounder within a cast or two of each other. That is the majority of his weight today. Those two fish for about 9 pounds. He's got 13 or so on Bass Track. And then Brad Watley's done a lot of good work in the last 20 minutes or so, adding 2 of his biggest fish.
Another big one.
It don't feel as big. Oh, skinny rail. Of course, I got that one barely hooked. The other one had both hooks, comes off. Number 5.
Definitely help him, though. Smallest fish, 1 pound even.
Skinny. It was a 2-2. Yeah, put it 2.
1.25 pound upgrade.
Back over to J.T. Tompkins.
You also said, Tommy, guy who caught a 7-pounder yesterday, Paul Mueller, caught another one during our break. I think you and Such were talking about that, and that's we said it was hard to duplicate, but that's a bonus from Mueller. We'll probably see him tomorrow. Then in the top
I
10
would think so.
He's up to
Most
5th place with 14.5 pounds on the day. Biggest bag of the day is Mike Iaconelli, 16 pounds. He caught a couple of 4.5 pounders a while ago.
Boy, JT there, yeah, he's hooked up. You could tell he was watching one behind his bait closely there. He was dialed in on it.
Stay down, stay down. There we go. We're starting to cool now. It's getting that time of day. You can weigh these in this tournament. You don't want to, but you can. I don't know where I put my pliers. There they are.
Lee Livesey's also knocking on the top 10 with 14.5 today. He caught a 5.5 pounder recently. He's in 12th place. And Mr. Rick Clun caught a 5-pounder.
All
He's
right.
in 27th place with almost 10 pounds on 4 fish.
Nice.
Want to see him make the cut?
Yep.
It's his special Florida swing for him for sure, and for everybody who enjoys tournament bass fishing.
We got a little like helmet deal here blocking so that when he's culling he doesn't lose the fish. Did you see that little apparatus there, Davey?
Oh yeah.
I noticed him using that.
He has a little float there to protect the fish.
Yeah, I think it's a piece of
it's a
foam
little barrier once he pulls it out.
to protect the fish
Better
in the
than
live well, and also used for a barrier.
Better than the 5 noodles cut in
Yep.
pieces.
Yep.
New product to sell.
Think of a name for it, Suge.
They got one,
I
I'm
can
sure.
run a jerkbait through the pile. I get bit every time, but the thing is I get hung up so many times. If I don't get hung up, I get bit.
Here's a shot from long to tight, going to Brad Watley.
Well, you can see the
Our Lowrance
wind.
bird's eye view.
Yep, the wind's laying down, and these anglers are switching up a little bit. Brad Watley's been on the shoreline all morning, and now he's venturing out offshore, and this is the way he caught the 2 bigger fish yesterday. Not on the bank, but out offshore.
Oh, sorry. That's
Okay.
David Gaston. I'm misidentified.
You've been looking at the eclipse too much.
I know. I was bedazzled by the
Just kidding.
bird's eye view and didn't pay attention to the right
Don't
angle.
worry, you won't have to worry about looking at it again for another 20 something years.
That's right.
Your eyes have a lot of time to heal.
Or, and to put it another way, I'll never have to look at it again.
Oh, jeez.
That's a great shot to
Isn't it?
show the scattered vegetation there that he's fishing.
No real water clarity problem in that part of the Harris chain, it doesn't appear today.
That's a great shot. You can see where it goes from a pretty consistent, solid carpet of vegetation to scattered.
Cobb mentioned when I talked to him on the canceled day, on the postponed day, that the Harris chain has its opportunities to have clean water and good clarity in places, but overall, all the times he's been here, it's been one of more dirtier places because it's the impact and soft bottom, like you said. And so with a lack of vegetation in some of these lakes, anglers were greeted with a lot different water clarity than they probably assumed they'd
Sure.
get when they showed up. That some of these lakes were much cleaner than others. Some, like Carlton is not directly on the chain. It's a little off to the side, so the water doesn't come through the whole chain and get there. It's clear on its own.
Yeah, they have a baseline of color in the water here. It's not like a blue hole spring or something like that.
Very different from most other Florida lakes.
Yeah.
I don't think we got anything that small.
So for the first part of my career, speaking of that watercolor, made me think of the first time I came to Harris Chain Lake. It had been a big period where we didn't have Bassmaster events in the state of Florida because of a tax that they were imposing on the winnings of the anglers. So it was a long period we didn't go there. So I was glad. I think halfway through my career before we started fishing Florida lakes, or close to it. It's a big issue, and thankfully they got that straightened up. But it was something to do with the entertainment tax, or the tax that they were charging.
Y'all were
for
not
winnings.
entertained by that, I don't
No.
So you're saying back in the day, we've been classified as gambling when Rick Clun was saying they said it used to be gambling and now it's entertainment, and now it's 2024 and we're recognized.
It could have
maybe as a
been
sport.
gambling. It could have been, I just think it was like sports entertainment or something that they were charging a tax for. But anyway, I'm glad they straightened that out.
Yeah,
and
I'm
y'all were
glad
fishing on the
we're
show.
back there now. This place
Harris
is
Chain Lake.
absolutely full of fish, different times of year. They can be tough to get them to bite, but boy, they are still there, and somebody always figures them out. Right now, that person is John Garrett. Figured him out on day number 1, and he has pushed himself back to the top of the leaderboard right now. Brad Watley and all the rest in pursuit. Full field out there today. We're headed into the second half of the day here. Final half of day number 2 with the full field. The Bassmaster Elite Series Harris Chain of Lakes live coverage brought to you by Dakota Lithium. Appreciate them sponsoring this and these great shots we get to see. How about the great weather? I don't know who's responsible. Well, we know who's responsible for that. And it is terrific. High of 83 tomorrow, significantly warmer, 5 or 6 degrees warmer. Sunny, to be sure. I think we'll be sort of out of all our post-frontal conditions by tomorrow. It may be a brighter outlook for some types of fishing going on out there. You can't please everybody anytime. No, as far as people want different things to catch them in different ways, and might not see as a rough ride or anything. That one's not too bad. That looked pretty doable. Out there in one of the 8 lakes that comprise the Harris Chain here, the biggest being Apopka, which is the 4th largest lake in Florida.
Rode with that guy Kyle Welcher final day of classic practice, and I was glad we were boat 1 because no one's wake impeded our way. I just got a smooth ride. Now boat 56, it's a different story.
I heard you had a camera bounce out of the boat with you that day.
No, not me. No, that was my second cell phone. That was my second.
Oh gosh. JT Tompkins, 4th place, one of our great rookies here again. 2024, another year of the rookie, it seems.
I think it is. No, it's another good one though. That'll call out that last little baby.
Oh, I might have noticed a little flaw in the mat there. That one fish was up on top of it there when he opened that live well.
We gotta do some more R&D on
exactly.
On the new invention there.
The noodles never failed us before.
JT Tompkins, John Garrett, now 1st and 3rd based on that last 2-pounder that Tompkins pulled in. These two battled it out till the end of the season in the elite qualifying circuit last year. They may be battling out on top of our leaderboard before long here.
Biggin. Oh, golly, that feels like a giant. That is a giant. Please. Oh my gosh. That felt so big. Dude. I can't describe how big that felt. I mean, I don't even understand what's going on. Must just barely be nipping at it. I better start getting them in the boat or I ain't gonna get 3 more.
Yeah.
Dude, that hurts.
The exact same thing, if you notice that rod pump from either hitting the ground, just same thing.
I
as
think
George
he was looking
Lee.
at the fish.
You think
yeah,
he was?
He was looking at it on his forward facing.
Well, that's too big.
I can't attest to that 100%, but I think he was looking at the fish.
You said the one he lost earlier was around 5 pounds.
Yep.
That could have been a little bit bigger.
See, the way he's really dialed in on it, making his cast. Just when it gets close, giving it that, just to what you were referring to. I mean, giving it that extra little something right at the right time.
So we'll keep trying it. It's just weird because just kind of are passing through, and every now and then they'll get one to fire, but they're not being gone as long now. They're kind of staying in the zone a lot longer, so maybe it'll get a little better. We'll see.
I really wish I knew more to share about exactly what's going on here, but I don't know anyone that does. I think these bigger bass are here because of the tilapia. John Garrett said there's a lot of tilapia here for some reason. I snagged a bunch of them, or several of them yesterday. The sun, the algae, the tilapia feed on algae, the up in the day, obviously his bites are a lot better now. Up in the day, they were that way yesterday. It just seems so much like the time of year and time of day where the bluegill feeders, the bass that are feeding on those bluegill beds, it all sets up like that. But John said he didn't see any tilapia beds, and they make a great big old dish. Ronnie, you've seen them. They make a hole in the.
Oh, it's a. Yeah,
so if they're there, he sees them on his Mega 360. He would see them, but he says he's not seeing beds. But a lot of tilapia.
I still have them little bitty ones. I'm probably just going to fish here with all my time. What are those? Yeah, something chasing bait. Gone now.
But the wind and the sun and plankton, all that stuff, moves around our other bait fish.
Sure not about the dome.
Yeah. Sure, it has to move the tilapia around. But we have a shad spawn once a year, but tilapia spawn once a month.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
So it's just so different.
You could see there that one little dark spot, how bright and how, that's the bottom hardness at times, how bright and vivid it is. And there was one dark spot like at 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock on the 360 there, and that was the shadow of something. So those bright returns of the bass are so hard to tell on hard bottom, but the shadow is how you can differentiate. That's what he was talking about last night. Like, I'm so used to seeing shadows on side imaging, graphing the Tennessee River, that on 360 it's the same principle, and I could tell by shadows that those were bass or tilapia or gar, whatever the other species are that he was snagging and hooking while fishing.
Yes, it's new. I don't know anyone that has, specifically targeted being around tilapia to win a tournament in Florida, but it makes sense that, because I know bass love to eat them as long as they're small enough to eat. And certainly where there's big ones, there's got to be small ones.
Let's leave John Garrett, our tournament leader for a while, and get down to John Cox for an update on what's going on with him.
All right, guys, so we are on plan maybe E right now. It's been a complete struggle. We got two tiny ones in there. I don't know, just can't get bites. We missed a couple. I mean, I know I probably need to slow down and, I'm either, throw the general out or kind of fish slow, but I just don't have it in me. So we're just gonna keep moving, hopefully find somewhere where they're biting. We're locking up into a pop canal. We might have 2 hours on this side if they're biting, but we're gonna give it like a good 30 minutes, see if we can't catch any. I don't know, we might get on the other side, I might not like it. We might be right back in this lock in 20 minutes, I don't know yet. But yeah, we're gonna we're gonna look at it, so at least we can say, hey, we looked at it. And yeah, see if we can't catch some keepers. I mean, honestly, the way the day, if we can somehow, come out with 10, 12 pounds and save the day, that would be great to, go again the next day. Because tomorrow we could go catch 30. I mean, that's how this place is. you know, you just got to try to make it every day, you know, until you hit them.
Good to hear from him. I think it's certainly a plan. He's only got 2 fish.
Yeah. Deuces are wild for him.
It is a
22
gamble.
pounds on day 1. Now he's in 22nd place with 2 for 2 pounds.
And this is, to me, what makes watching Bass Live great, because you see guys, obviously it's fun to watch the guys catch them, and unfortunately for us as viewers, watch guys lose them, like we saw John jump off a 5-pounder. We hate that, but it's, you know, it's part of the action. But to see someone like a John Cox that's had so much success in Florida to make a decision, hey, he's obviously needs to do something different. And whether this works or not is good to know. This is what he's doing, him explain why.
And he's got to be back in 4 hours. He checks in at 4 o'clock. He's third flight. It's noon local time, so he has 4 hours of total time. You got to think, if it takes 45 minutes to an hour of traveling down there and then getting into Apopka, and then it's another 30 minutes for the lock, he does at maximum have 2 hours, because also,
hour and a half, maybe more
also
like it, yeah.
John Cox's boat is set up for floating in the least amount of water possible, not running as fast as possible. So he can't get the speed some other guys can when they get the chance to run back fast. And so we will see how it pays off. But he only needs 3 more good casts today.
Yep.
Back over to Brad Watley. Brad Watley having moved up into 2nd place over the course of the last 2 hours.
Now this is Brad Watley fishing offshore. I knew we were going to see him.
He's held the lead 3 times today.
All in all, it's went pretty decent today so far. We're just one big bite away from having another really big day, which is very possible. Just kind of, I mean, we ain't fumbled big time. We're gonna stay around where we keep ourselves in the hunt for it anyway. And like I said, dude, we got a lot of time left, and all it takes is one of these really big ones. I've got like a 113. You know, you replace that with a 6-pounder, and we'll be, you know, we'll be up there pretty close. We're within a few pounds of yesterday. So overall average, I've got a little better average today. You know, obviously I had 2 giants yesterday, but my average fish are a little better today. So that's really the plan. Just keep our heads down, keep hunting for that big bite. I believe it'll happen. We'll get a big bite and be right where we need to be.
So Brad Watley had a couple things going today. He started shallow and had a better start today than yesterday. And then it was either going to go to Apopka, where he had a great day in practice, I think flipping to try to catch, you know, a 30-pound stringer like he did in practice. But he was still, like a lot of the other anglers, concerned about the water not settling out quite this quickly. But the other plan, if he stayed and didn't go over to Apopka, it was to fish offshore in the afternoon and hopefully catch 2 of those like he did yesterday doing this.
Brad Watley out here for 6 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Had a good tournament in Florida his very first year. He's had 8 top 20 finishes, and he gave us his thoughts on fishing and life.
I bass fish because I started bass fishing because I love to bass fish. It has nothing to do with tournaments. It has nothing to do with articles, any of that. Like that's not why I started this from the time I was just a little bitty boy, you know, and so that probably still brings me the most joy. I mean, there's always a business side to this that we have to do, and you know, and I enjoy it. It just goes back to really to the grassroots that I still love that bite, you know. I mean, there's nothing like it, you know. I mean, like when I caught the big one at the end of the day, you know, I mean, if you could bottle that and sell it, the emotions that comes through that, I mean, you'd be a multi-millionaire.
What a great time of the year to be here in the Sunshine State for the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the famed Harris chain of lakes. Just an absolutely beautiful place. So much of of Florida. The essence of Florida outdoors is here. The Spanish moss, all these great little backwaters, the canals, the big lakes, the small lakes. Let's get down now to Jordan Lee. Started the day in 5th place. Now he's all the way down to 15th place. Slow. He's got only about 6:13 unofficially in his boat.
Switched up to the floating Carolina rig. Well, we've seen him catch a few on a frog through the years.
I think so, yeah.
Oop, there we go.
We'll get rid of a 12-incher on the frog. At least it's something cool.
Yep.
Major upgrade. I got two of those. Pound quarter, probably pound and a half, pound a quarter. No, pound a quarter.
Jordan's coalfish there accidentally fell out with the cold tag. Don't worry, he's not strong enough to pull the cold tag down below the water. You'd have been able to wrangle him and get him.
No, you could have used that one for a bookmark if you needed one.
Set the hook when the bobber goes down, except that the fish can't pull the bobber down.
All right, John Cox just filled us in on what his strategy was, locking through to the canal, going to a popka. Gonna fish the canal.
What do you think? One? God, I don't know. I'm wondering if we should go back through.
Can't chew that one.
I think it's either Lee Livesey or Caleb Summerall.
Blown out.
Was he asking how many boats are?
No.
In,
I think how many he had.
Yeah,
I think one.
I'd be asking how many boats are in there if I had to get back out again at some point.
Would you recommend should I go in there? Should I keep fishing?
Well, that's certainly why you want to know how many you caught.
And those are the decisions that save you. If he shows up to the lock 20 minutes later and that boat is coming through the lock and you're like, how many you got? One? You don't have to go through the lock then. But now that John's already gone through, it's just another 30 minutes of wait, ugh.
And it really doesn't matter who the person is so much for us just doing commentary on this, but do you trust the guy?
All right. Do they fish like you would fish? Is that a style that?
Yeah. There's a lot of other factors that I'm sure is going around in John Cox's head right now. That you don't really know where the juice is. You're from Texas or you're from Louisiana.
Or if there's another, Bill Lowen's the other, express that they look like an express.
Yeah.
So if it's Bill, it's which three of the guys, how.
Yeah. It's just there's a lot more to it than just asking that question and getting a straight answer, I guess. And even if it is a straight answer, is that, just because one angler catches one doesn't mean that's the results for the entire lake for everyone that goes in there.
All right. Go plug this plug around. Keep plugging. Just try to get some of them big ones in the boat. I feel like I've hurt myself by losing those three, but they're here. Right ones are here. I mean, one bite here, I could have close to 20, get my bag up close to 20 pounds and be where I need to be. So do this for at least 2 hours before I head back. I might give myself a little time when I started, see if I catch a 3-pounder just to gain a few ounces. But I know what's here, and they're very large. It's just getting them in the boat. I mean, I feel good right now though. I feel like any cast I could lock up on another big one. So we're gonna stick with this. I know this is where I need to be if I want a chance to win. So we're gonna give it a really good opportunity. I mean, I see some up there right now. I see them up there. Yeah, they just went away though.
Looking down at the 50th place angler is Frank Talley. He's got 10 pounds today. Another guy, Jamie Hartman's near 12 pounds. He came from 91st. He's inside right now. Of course, we got a lot of guys off Bass Track.
I want to give an update as well. We had one angler at the bottom of the leaderboard with 0 yesterday at the weigh-in. I always check on our guys who have 0, make sure they're not bobbing around in a lake and that they're safe and sound. So Bob Downey left the Bassmaster Classic early.
It's just that I know the quality of fish here is really good, and you know, if I catch one here, it, like I said, I said this yesterday, it equals 2 or 3 of somewhere else. So I mean, just the opportunity to catch those really big fish and have a chance to win this tournament. That's why I'm here. Here to win, and the ones to win are right here. It's just getting them in that boat. So yeah, I guess the patience, and it just comes to me wanting to win the tournament. It's hard though, because I sit here for an hour working my tail off, cranking this plug and without a bite, but yeah, I just want one of them blue trophies, and this is a place to do it.
What I was saying, Bob Downey, one of our Elite Series pros, he left the Classic early because there was possible complications with his wife and their baby it was so close to delivery date. Well, everything was okay the last few weeks, but she did give birth to their child this week. So he rushed back from the Harris Chain to be there to experience the birth of their first child. And so Bob
congratulations,
said
Bob
he'll see us at the St. John's, but family priority first. And so I'm super happy for Bob and the Downeys.
It's actually not a bad fish.
Absolutely.
All right, update. I completely just whiffed on a fish. It had my worm in its mouth sucking on it, and didn't set the hook. So that's my update so far. But I think we might get her to bite here soon. She's on a little bed. Got 2 decent ones and 3 other just small ones going to go with it. See one right now, actually. They're starting to cruise, get higher in the water column with the sunshine coming out. But they're really finicky today. I had 2 fish that I've caught, good ones, they've been letting it lay dead still on the bottom and not even moving it at all, and just let it lay there for like 20 seconds. So they're not really in a very good mood today, no doubt, but hopefully we can get them fired up here soon. We just need just 3 more of the right quality bites and we'll be there. But we'll see. Hopefully we can get it going.
KJ with estimated around 10.5 pounds in the boat right now.
Can't catch this one.
Hanging in there in 10th place where he started today.
Definitely see all the anglers making adjustments now that the shad spawn is basically over. KJ staying shallow, but fishing different baits and getting totally out of the wind. Watley offshore, but
it's just been slow.
Webster is, staying shallow
one
like he did earlier
opportunity
today.
A little bit, but it's just fishing's tougher today. I mean, the bites you get are not, you don't even hardly know they get it, so they're just barely mouthing it, and I don't know. I mean, we still got plenty of time. We still got plenty to fish. We just need a couple old bigs to bite. And they don't have to be real big, 4 or 5 pounders, and it'll make us look like we knew what we knew doing all day.
Webster in 17th place right now. Started the day in 7th place.
I don't know if it's just after this front, there ain't a cloud in the sky, so I guess it's just, you know, post-frontal conditions, but I don't know. I thought the wind might actually, you know, save it, but I don't know. We'll get around them. Might just be an afternoon thing. I don't know. Could be worse, that's for sure.
It's always a good cap to put on anything while you're fishing. It could be worse.
That's right. It's a final thought. It's good.
I'd rather have a camera on me when I'm doing bad than do so bad I never have a camera on me, you know what I'm saying?
Or
it goes without saying. We do know what you're saying. Let's get out to another Alabama to Alabama here. Joseph Webster to David Gaston.
Calms down, you know. Day has been tough. I ain't had near the amount of bites as I had yesterday. Wind's blowing from a different direction. It's got a lot of this grass on top, making it hard to fish. But all my bites been coming from late in the day. So hopefully I'll be able to snag another good one here, or maybe two. The last little bit I get to fish.
Mentioned about the anglers making a change now that the sun is high in the sky. David Gaston, much like Buddy Gross, looks like he's throwing top water over this higher clumps of eelgrass and some hydrilla, depends on the lake he's in.
I don't know how much they share, but they are roommates this year.
Good point.
Good point. I think they got a house, Gross and Gaston. I think Bryant Smith as well.
Didn't catch all my weight till late yesterday. But what time I caught them is the time I'm gonna need to be leaving here to get back today. Back out here.
David Gaston in his sophomore year with Bassmaster Elite Series. Did qualify for the Classic last year. Fished up there Tulsa, Grand Lake of the Cherokees this time around. Always a good sign. Looking for, he's looking to make it to the later part of the day. That's when his bites have been coming, so that's good. Bites are going to be coming hot and heavy this weekend. I guess they're going on right now at Possum Kingdom Lake there on the Brazos. In Texas, the Yamaha Rightwaters Bassmaster Kayak Series. Certainly experienced some phenomenal growth over the last few years. A big fan base and a big participant base for that. There's the QR code that you can scan and register today. Become a Bassmaster kayak competitor yourself. Nothing stopping you right now. Of course, that's a big event there. April 13th, 14th, Possum Kingdom. Going on this weekend. Yamaha Bassmaster Kayak Series, powered by Tourney X. Great being out here at the Harris Chain. All of the wildlife there, not
Whoa!
Well, it's a tribute to
Is that Z's house?
As to the grebe, perhaps a tribute to the grebe here, although they're not grebes. Those are herons. Just a gray one. We saw a white one. They got all kinds, yes, but and a cormorant as well. Everybody loves cormorants, except not at all.
Cover your head on that one.
Yeah. All right. Oh, there's a big old heron right there. I thought for a second it might have been one of those sandhill cranes that they have also in this area.
Just imagine, Tommy, you go on your realtor website. I'm going to buy a house, and it says there's a nice custom mural, and it's a giant grebe on the side of your house.
They did throw a wood duck in there. It's a lot better.
They did. Yeah, that's a lot more
than a cormorant.
Pleasing to the eye than a cormorant, for sure. Let's get back out on the water. some of the human activity going on out here, which is also very important to us today. Day 2 of competition means you got to be in the top 50 at the end of the day. I think JT Tompkins has probably secured his spot there. He's currently in 4th place.
He's due for a big one. Said he lost several big ones yesterday. Haven't seen him catch a big one yet today, but one angler that said he had a good practice and a good day yesterday, just had trouble getting him in the boat.
Yeah, we
Sounds like we lost his mic.
Yeah, I can sound from JT, but that looks like a keeper there. Smallest fish, 1.25 pounds. But
that should help.
Close, it should help though, right?
Should help a little. That looks a little more than 1.25 pounds. I thought it was a flounder at first. Look how white that fish is on the side.
He is kind of bright, isn't he? Yeah, I'd like to see something approaching one of those practice days he had out here.
Yeah, wouldn't we all?
I'd like to see some of that.
My fantasy team would love it.
We're not worried about that, Brian.
Yeah,
Your
I know
fantasy team's going to be just fine.
You're not worried about it because you're in the penthouse and I'm in the basement.
Well, this week, this week, so far, that's right.
You don't worry about the peasants on the bottom floor. I
You're
understand.
You'll do just fine.
Did not hear the dock talk from Brad Watley like it did JT, but Brad Watley said he had one of those practice days too, a 30-pound day.
Wow.
But has not been back to that lake so far. Maybe a wise choice. I bet he'll go there tomorrow.
Yeah,
Bet
he
he'll
can
go
hold
there
out
tomorrow.
today. That's going to be a good option for semifinal Sunday, championship Monday. All right, now we've been following the saga of John Cox. Not much luck throughout the first half of this day, and decided to make a move, make a dramatic move, head to the Apopka Canal, and as he looks as though he's turned around. Is he headed back to the lock here?
It does look like maybe he's headed back to the lock.
From the sun direction. So that's, well, everyone reserves the right to reverse whatever decision you make here.
That's
Your
true.
mind's always working.
Very true, but we've talked about this so many times through the years. Local knowledge and history can really weigh on you in a place like this, and that seems to be maybe what John Cox is dealing with. Like Apopka was calling him, and then he changed his mind. It's hard not to have those thoughts in your head, even though you should maybe just come up with a plan and try to stick with it when you have so much knowledge on a big, these 8 different lakes and how much time it takes to get around.
Yeah, going
the
back.
locks, the no-wake zones.
Yeah, it's back to the lock. A lot on the line. Had a big day yesterday. I mean, 22 pounds plus.
He could probably, at this point, if 12 pounds is the cut line, he had 22, he's got 2 1-pounders. He's technically at that cut, or what the expected cut was, and so he can probably feel a little bit confident that I've got some wiggle room to make a gamble, but you don't want to be in 47th after you were second. You don't want to drop that far. You do want to make the cut, but.
He's in 23rd currently.
There you see the lock holds maximum of 3 boats, takes 30 to 40 minutes total, in and out.
I think he just gave a heads up to the lock master that he's there so he can fish for a few minutes while they get it ready.
Yeah.
Speaking of the cut, Scott Martin is there right now. He's only got about 6 pounds today at almost 19 pounds total. And if we were at 12.2 yesterday, what are you thinking? It's going to go down from 24.5? Or?
I think it'll be right there.
So,
I think it'll be there.
Luckily, we got
Not looking
4
like it
o'clock
so far
weigh-in.
today.
I'm not really feeling it over here. I think we're gonna go back and try another area where I think I can catch maybe some keepers, hopefully, and then I think we're just gonna go out and just get out in the main lakes and start hitting some stuff. Some places where
I've stopped in the past and caught some because it is just really slow, and I don't know. I really don't know. That's crazy. It's just crazy how easily you can miss them, you know, out here. And we really haven't had any.
We always talk about how carefree John Cox fishes, but yesterday had his daughter on the stage with him, and I could tell this week he wants to do well, close to home, family around, coming to the weigh-ins and that sort of thing, and that's not the normal John Cox that we see. Normally it's just like, well, if I catch him, that's great. If they don't, it's still a great day on the water.
Sure.
A lot of time left, though.
Been in the top 20 every time he's fished with the Bassmasters here. John Cox has.
Rick Klund got his limit fish. He's at 23.5 pounds.
Sound travels on water, buddy.
Yep.
Jacob Porosnik just came into range and put in 13 pounds even to get to 20-30. He was in the 50s. Got a 4 and a couple 3-pounders. Carl Jacobson at 13 pounds even.
Don't you jump right there. Whoa.
John Garrett hooked up. Oh, good one.
She got an 8 though.
Last two have come off on him, so kind of critical here.
Yes. Finally got one in the boat. Finally. Let's freaking win this thing. Let's go. Two more.
Saying two more. He's got his limit, but he means two more that size.
The right kind.
Yep.
Got a 1-pounder and 2 1.5s, along with a 6.0 and a 3.0.
That'll do right there, buddy. That'll do. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, let's see which one of the smallest ones are.
A 1-pounder, did you say, Such, he had in the,
yes,
in the
sir.
box there?
John,
2 1.5s now.
I'll say John, he's got that winner mentality, that winner mindset. Last year, before the Opens ever kicked off, before a cast was made, I remember talking about the Opens, previewing it, and he texted me while watching live and said, no, there's only 8 spots available to qualify for the elites because I'm going to win AOY. He ends up finishing second in AOY, but before a cast was made, John Garrett was that confident. So it's good to see him turn that switch on after a good day yesterday, that I can win this with, I just need to just not lose sight of the goal.
Was the order of finish on the EQs Tompkins, Garrett, McKinney?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tompkins,
They're all
Garrett,
in our top,
McKinney. Yeah.
all in our top 10.
Robert
How
G
about
was
that?
4th, and I think there was a Kenta Kamira 5th, who was already qualified, and you had a Wesley Gore and a Tyler Williams, all those guys.
Because John had so much success in college, did he fish the Opens 2 or 3 years?
4 or 5 years.
Was it really?
4 or 5. He
It's
missed out on
he's been
the
around a
elites.
long time,
yes.
but I know it took him a
Yes.
couple years. But you
Yes.
think it was 4 or 5?
Yeah, so he won the 2016 College Classic bracket to make the 2017 Classic at Conroe.
Okay.
And then From there, he fished the Opens in 17. And then I think he might have taken a year off or something, and then it was 19, 20, 21 or something like that, you know, multiple years. And he had missed out on the elites 2 or 3 times by a few
I know it's very
points.
close, yeah.
He missed out on another classic berth by accidentally having 6 fish in the boat and having a 2-pound penalty on the Arkansas River. He lost by less than 2 pounds, and he was due to that penalty. And so John's had so much adversity. That's why I picked him for Rookie of the Year, because he might be a first-year elite like these guys are, JT and other guys. He has fished at high levels so much and has felt the adversity of it that one bad day on your rookie season or one bad event wasn't going to set him back at all, in my opinion. He was going to be able to bounce back much easier.
Tommy, you mentioned the AOY. Trey McKinney is still leading. He came in with the lead. Tyler Williams is now second with his. He's in our top 10. Jordan Lee's the only one not a rookie in our top 5.
Isn't that something?
JT Tompkins is 4th and Kyle Patrick is 5th.
Wow.
Kyle Patrick is 5th?
He had a very he's got a decent day going
for him,
today.
a very unusually slow day yesterday. I watched him weigh in, and it was, I think he had 11 pounds, but he said it was the toughest 11 pounds he had ever caught in his life.
Yeah, he had actually cracked the top 10 at one point today, Kyle Patrick.
Yes, sir. He's falling back down to 22nd. He's still got 13 1/4.
I was waiting for him to say that if he would, his tone last fall on the last 2 days of the Open season where he caught 8 and 9 pounds, like he would have died for 11. Like he would have desired 11 to ensure his elite qualification.
Right.
Turn around a few events later, now you're in the big leagues, and you're like, golly, I needed so much more than 11.
Well, that nice catch there went in as 5-4 for John Garrett that we saw just a minute ago.
Solid fish.
The big bag of the day, 17 1/4.
Up him to 17 plus, right, Such?
So you hear that music, you know it's Power Pole Replay of the Day. Unfortunately, we enjoy seeing some big losses, Power Pole Replay of the Day, but I don't think that's what this is going to be. Oh, it is.
Uh-oh. You enjoyed that? No.
Oh, the agony of the loss. That was a real big one, John Garrett said. I mean, a real big one. Bigger than a 5-pounder. He had lost a 5-pounder just a few minutes before that, and then that loss was devastating. Power Pole Replay of the Day. John Garrett's lost. No, we're not going to be that mean. Because he caught a 5-4 just a little bit later.
He stares in the face of adversity, Davey Height, and laughs at it.
Yes, he does. Good job. Just a few minutes later, John Garrett.
Yes.
5-pounder. He does not lose, and that's why he's our Power Pole Replay of the Day. Not the loss, but the 5-pound, 4-ounce fish. It certainly helped John Garrett regain the lead.
That's right. 6 pounds, 12 ounces up on second place.
Healthy lead right now for John Garrett. As you can see right there, Brad Watley having a good day as well. JT Tompkins hanging in there. His best part of the day may be ahead of him. Trey McKinney, we were with him all day yesterday. We know what he's capable of here. Paul Mueller turning big fish guy with a 7-pounder on this day number 2 of competition at the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. More to come. Oh, what a gorgeous place. Harris Chain of Lakes, that is pure Florida stuff right there. All the canals, natural and man-made, all the big lakes, the small natural lakes, the little ponds. Actually, there was one time here. 2011 in a little pond about the size of a football field.
Some would call it a cul-de-sac.
Yeah, it was a cul-de-sac. It was the end of the line. It was all the way back in a little hidey hole. And they got places like that galore. This is a wonderland for nature lovers and, of course, for bass anglers. And we are so happy to be here. Day 2 action. Got the full field out there. The objective for today, be in the top 50 by the time the weigh-in is over. Weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock. Local time, Eastern time, right here on Bassmaster.com. Out to Brandon Lester.
Those canals Grigsby were fishing, that's off of Harris, right?
I think that was off of Haynes Creek.
Haynes Creek, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
I
I don't ride by it every day.
Yeah.
Thinking, wow, those boats pulling in there. There's 3 or 4. I actually checked that the first day of practice. Those fish were not there.
Really?
They moved in
No
there.
kidding.
I think Shaw and what was the
Goldback.
Goldback.
Yeah.
I think they found him just like the last day of practice.
And then Grant didn't find him on day one and refound him later because he only had one. He had 1 pound and then he caught 27 and 30. That's crazy.
According to sources.
Yeah, sources tell us.
Brandon Lesser don't need no AA batteries.
Not a big cull, but he should get over 10 pounds with that fish. Rick Clun has culled. He's over 12 pounds up to 23rd place.
Nice.
Man, it's hard. Everybody's got a what if, but man, looking at the Bass Track, John Garrett had the biggest bag of the tournament yesterday at 24.2, and today he's got the biggest bag at 17.4, and what it could have been with a 5 and a, let's just say a 3 or whatever.
He'd be close to 24 again.
It's no
and
telling.
he would be close to, I mean, he'd be 14 pounds ahead right now on Bass Track as well.
I mean, we saw the 5 jump off. The 5 jumped off the side of the boat, but that other fish he hooked. If he had it hooked in the mouth, you just never know.
Yes.
Sometimes a fish will seem a lot bigger when it's foul hooked.
Not much,
but
it, a little bit.
It sure was acting
Loaded
like a
up
great
that
big one.
5XD like
it
it's
really
supposed
did.
to.
It did.
For a minute there, I thought he was on the Tennessee River. I thought it was a good old school.
Yeah. It's one of the things that are living here. It's just
What you got?
so sketchy.
I got close to 14, 13 and a half, maybe 14. What you got? Are you serious?
That's what friends are for. What do you have, 27? Are you serious? Nah.
I think he said 0.
Did he say 0?
Or he said
27 better.
Yeah.
Wait, did he? Oh, it says 0 on Bass Track, but he has somebody with him, so I thought he'd have a.
I think he was just joking with him and said 27, just totally
okay.
messing with him.
I mean, I say they've been biting, but I mean, I've caught 4 and lost 4 since you left. Yeah, I had like a 5 or 6 come off right by the side of the boat. 5 or 6.
I think that's
Cody Huff.
Cody Huff. That's
So
come
Logan was
back
still
and-
sitting there?
Fishing around him a little bit again.
Gotcha.
I lost 5. Lost a 5 or 6. How big were they? No, it was if I lost 5 or 6 fish, I'd be much madder responded than that.
All right, lock in, get me some more. Right there's a cast. Now a little to my right, but they're right by the boat.
What do you say?
How about an afternoon mover? John Sokup from 80th to 30-30. Just landed a 6-pounder. Wow. He's got about 13 and a half on the day.
Osprey's getting after it on that shoreline, ain't they?
He's got a victory here.
Good history on Harris.
And then he had a top 10 here in the Open last fall as well. And I think he posted earlier this week that he started Maybe it was the Bass
sitting up
Nation.
there.
He fished a Bass Nation
They ain't
event
moved.
way back in the day, before facial hair, before, he said in his post, before I got burly in size, when I was Little John, way back in the day at the Harris Chain.
Yeah, there used to be regular Bass Nation, big championships here on the Harris Chain back in the day, 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Classic champ, Justin Hamner, caught a 4-pounder to get to 10 pounds. He's 31st. He should probably make it to tomorrow.
Did get word from Jake Latondras that John Garrett weighed that 6-pounder a little bit later when he was making a call, and it was 6'7". 6'7", and he got rid of a pounder, so he got a 5.5 coal for that specific
His 6-pounder from 2 hours ago?
Yes, that early, yeah.
Yeah, Garrett has a 6-0, a 3-0, a 5-4 on Bass Track, along with 2 1.5 pounders. If he would have landed those other 2 fish, he'd probably be close to 25 pounds again.
Our next stop, of course, for the Bassmaster Elite Series is going to be the St. Johns River. That is next week. Brad Watley there, I remember, in his first year out here, had a good tournament there at St. John's.
Down in Dexter.
On Dexter, way down there.
Man. Yep. They're to the left.
Just goes to show, I think the next time we went there was 2020 when we had those storms, and then we ended up going to 3 days instead of 4, and Paul Mueller won with like 15 a day. And I think it was like Watley's worst elite finish. So he had like his best, and then the next year was his worst, and that goes. That's the St. John's for you.
Yeah.
It is hard to duplicate success in Florida. So we take Brandon Lester for granted. You know, like he's so consistent. But if you're not a Floridian, I mean, we see John Cox today, like 2 fish. Even if you're a Floridian, it's so hard to just duplicate.
It really is.
I remember fighters saying coming down here, he's scared I could finish first or soon finish last.
Yeah.
He said it's such a roll of the dice.
And of course, at the St. John's, and we've been talking about this, and rightfully so. I mean, it's going to be the 500th Bass event for Rick Clum, started back in 1974 at the beginnings, basically, of the Bassmasters, not too far after that. Actually started before 1974, started probably 72, 73, because he won his first Classic in 74.
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
Incredible.
I take it back. 76, sorry. 76, 77 was his first Classic. He did
74
start
was his first, yeah.
74 was the first Classic, that's right.
Yeah.
500th B.A.S.S. event. We'll be able to ride with him as many days as he is eligible to fish, and hopefully document it, and you'll see some of those awesome moments in the cast, which I've heard is coming back for season 2 with some stuff, and I know you were a big helper with that, Tommy, telling those stories.
Yeah, they're going to be covering a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff with Rick during that week, so it'll be a real fun thing to watch, I think.
It's amazing, our sport. When you look at other sports, it's very young, but to have one angler who has basically seen every minute of it through almost every year is really amazing.
It boggles the mind. It's such a different sort of sport.
interesting watching John fish, and we talked a little earlier about how this whole tilapia scenario is different, and I think we can all learn from watching it. He moves around and uses his forward facing a lot, but then he's got certain spots where he locks in, spot lock, and makes cast to one spot, and he's really looking with his 360 then. So there's certainly some sweet spots. Be interesting to know whether they're a little higher spots. If I had to guess, I'd say little areas where there's more shell and a little harder bottom than the surrounding area, but he is using all of his tools. But if you look at the front deck, it looks like he's a Tennessee River guy with all the crankbaits and those type baits that he has on. So interesting to watch what his approach is to this area, and really, I think for all of us to learn why these bigger fish are in this one area. According to him, the thing that's different about it is there's a lot of tilapia there.
Are you done with the 360 back here?
No, they're talking about it right now.
Oh, okay.
You want to turn it off?
No, I'll turn this one off. We're good. Had a little voltage alarm.
That's another thing. When you see 5 or 6 units on a bow, there's a lot of power being drained.
Yeah, sounds good.
But usually your big outboard helps you out when you're idling and running, and it recharges those batteries. But when you stay in one spot for 4 hours like he's doing, you certainly need to
Screens use power. That's for sure. And
maybe I'll put it on standby.
so do processors.
Yep. To start the year, we were looking at the
KJ's in the top 10.
anglers, the amount of units they had on their boat, different setups. It's really amazing. Some of them had 5 and 6 batteries in the back of their boats also to go along with
guys,
to power up all those.
Try to put some keepers in the boat.
Graphs.
It's a spot I used to fish in the John Boat Club days. Could always catch some keepers in here. That might have been 20 years ago, but actually it might have been longer than that. Oh, we'll see. We want to make it to tomorrow so bad. And we just haven't had anything really go right today yet, so we're okay with that. We just need to put some keepers in the boat.
Majority of our anglers have about 3 hours or more to fish, just the first flighters who can be a little less than that.
Talking about John Cox and the amount of history he has here. I hate to admit this, but he sounds like me fishing the lead on Lake Murray, thinking about the John Boat Club days fishing areas. You get caught up in that. It's hard not to.
Excuse me, 2 hours to fish. I was not making the time difference.
4:30 is last flight?
Yep, he's doing it at 4 o'clock.
Fun to watch that top water worm.
Yeah. He will draw you in for sure. John Cox hoping it produces something there. Got to make it to that 5, to the third day, the semifinal Sunday. It's everyone's goal out there among our 103 in action there. John Garrett, though, the man on top with a healthy lead over the field. Brad Watley of Texas in second place, and there's J.T. Tompkins, Trey McKinney, Paul Mueller, Ed Lochran
busted his way into the top 10. Brandon Lester, Brock Mosley, Tyler Williams, and KJ Queen round out our top 10 for now. Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes here in Leesburg, Florida. Plenty of life. This place is full of fish in all stages of development. We've got a couple of hours fishing time left in our day for most of our anglers. And Ronnie, what have you got for us at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge?
Well, because there's a little bit of break in action, anglers are running around, and our leader, John Garrett, unofficially still has pulled out to what we've seen the biggest lead so far in the 2 days of this tournament. I wanted to give a little bit of a breakdown at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge of one of our Bassmaster Elite Series rookies, John Garrett. And obviously for Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, if you pick John Garrett this week, he has had some great success in a couple opens here. I think he's got a 14th place and 11th place. Tommy's over there fist pumping. That's why I'm looking over there. He's obviously got him on his Drain the Lake team. And that means you're in a good spot because he was in the top of the leaderboard, first place, maximum points. If you pick the winner in Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, you double up. Now, some people in the Classic were pleasantly surprised. They forgot that if you picked Justin Hamner, you triple points at the Bassmaster Classic, but for an Elite Series event, it's double points. So if John Garrett were to hang on and hold on to win this, not only would he get the daily leader bonus of 5 points each day, but also biggest bag of the tournament so far, 24-2. It doesn't count for having the second biggest bag or the biggest bag on day 2, but he currently has that unofficially at 17-4. We'll keep an eye on his lead, and if you picked him, obviously you can't use him the rest of the season, but you wouldn't mind because it's on a victory. But he's not just a college angler. He's not just a Tennessee River angler. John Garrett has proved it all over the country, and so a little bit of a bio on him. He did fish at Bethel University. He's from Union City, Tennessee, just south of where Bethel University is. His whole family was born and raised in that region, and he is a product of that Bethel University fishing powerhouse, along with some other teammates that, like I talked about earlier, those 5-star athletes that all, test each other in practice and compete against each other, creating good success at the next level, which he won the 2016 College Classic bracket. He did so through the championship, qualifying for the bracket. The bracket so happened to be on Kentucky Lake, and he absolutely dominated. Within the first hour of every day, he had enough weight to advance each round of competition. He jumped in, obviously fishing the Classic in 2017 at Conroe. He fished the Opens that year as the representative. Then he finished out college in 18 and 19, jumped into the Opens when he graduated 20 through 23. So the last 4 years, he has been steady on the Opens, and with that, he got second last year in the overall EQ points race when we took the top 9 or the top 10 because Kenta Kimura double qualified. And then he got 11th the year prior, where I think we went down to 6 because of double qualifiers. And then the first year where we really did an EQ points race, it was the top 3 in that division. If we remember, 3 in each division and 3 overall. He got 5th place there. So he missed out on qualifying very closely. And a couple of those, we talked about barely missing out on another Classic berth at the Arkansas River in Muskogee due to a culling infraction. So he was close to another Classic berth there. And then overall, with the majority of these 45 events coming in the Bassmaster Opens with 200 plus boats, it is astounding that he's made 60% cut rate, which is top 40. So 40 out of 225, that is a great percentage of cuts made and checks made when it comes to the Bassmaster Open. So John Garrett, he is kind of not a prodigy maybe. He's been working hard at it. It's not necessarily natural, just it comes easy to him, but he is one who has came through every rank so far of the Bassmaster level and put in the time as well. He's not just a youngin', heading out there on someone else's dime. He has really invested a lot of time to this.
He's been competing against the hard guys for 12 years now, seriously.
Yes.
He's put his time in.
He thought when he qualified for the Elite Series from the College Series and the Opens that he got away from some of those tough guys, but they qualified as well. So now he still has to fish against the Cody Huffs of the world, the JT Tompkins of the world.
He's become one of the tough guys.
Old jig. Just put a brand new flapping hog on it, dipped it in some JJ's Magic. Boom. Look at that. That's cash. I called that shot. Like, there should be a bass in that one. I messed up when I got on it last time. I'm gonna put you on the bigger side. I doubt I cull you, to be honest. I wouldn't mind doing it.
Good upgrade there for JT.
Good move there for Tompkins. Let's get back over to Brad Wadley. Brad currently hanging in there in second place. A good ways behind our leader.
Get your foot up in here! Yeah!
Don't, baby! I just got through rubbing the paint off of it. Told you I was gonna catch a big one up in the dirt. Woo! All right, let me check my scale. Well, you need to stay with me the rest of the day.
Is that Ron Moore?
That's a dog.
That is not my dad. He is at Venetian Gardens right out the way. And
I knew he was somewhere out there.
He took a photo at the Jumbotron of me of the screen. So he is not, that is not my dad. Jeez.
It sounds so much like. What an upgrade. That's
wow,
awesome.
that 6-pound, 12-ounce lead is no more.
That
That's
is
for sure.
going to keep him in the game. If he thought he was doing all right with 13 pounds and change, he's doing more than
Dude,
all right
I knew
now.
I was gonna get bit. I just scared a bunch of shad when I threw up there. Did you see them shad earlier? I was like, man, I've gotta be freaking a donk up there. It ain't paid the yesterday or today, and it finally paid. All right, I gotta wear.
Definitely post spawn, not gonna weigh quite what I thought, but still a good fish.
Yeah. 5'2". 5'2". Yeah, baby.
I think he came unglued when that one, that was kind of just a wild little moment there.
It really was, especially the fact that he caught a 712 and a 714 yesterday.
Yeah.
That 5.2 was unexpected.
Imagine
like
what
to
he
see
did
some of
then
the footage from yesterday.
Tompkins' last fish had put him into second. Watley's going to leapfrog right back over.
Day. I gave me 17. Hey, son. I just come through that canal and rubbed the paint off that sucker. You can ask the cameraman. I just stopped right here. Literally, this first play.
He says 17 is back. Bass Track says 15-15, 3-7 back of John Garrett.
John Scipione said that he, when they had him at 12 and a half, that he had weighed them all and was around 13 and a quarter. So I'd expect him to be at least 3/4 of a pound light, you know. And now he's going to be up around 17, so he's going to be about a pound light on Bass Track. I don't mind Bass Track being wrong if we at least are in the know that, like with the, you know.
Yeah.
Some skew.
You can adjust.
We were harping on McKinney yesterday, and his bass Track said 16.6 when it was all said and done, and he only had a little bit over a pound more, 17.14.
Wow, that's crazy. I watched that one. He came right to it, put his nose on it. Oh, and then he ate it. Oh,
Oh yeah, there we go. I was like, I saw him swim up and I was like, I've never been so happy for a 12-incher. I saw that guy swim up and I was like, oh my gosh, he ran from it. Oh no.
Yeah, I think he had it a little before John realized it. I saw his line tweet.
Oh my
gosh. What is
gosh.
he waiting on?
Come on. Come on. 2 more.
Think about the old John boat days when you let him eat it before you set the
How
hook.
did that fish not eat it? He just came up and... But he did. He ate it and then he had it the whole time. Would be epic to get a limit of small ones and then go out and cull every one of them. Yeah, maybe.
Take for granted what a good job our cameramen do. Yeah, we could. Like you were right there standing beside him. I saw the,
Hey, John. I'm elbowing him.
I mean, I literally saw his line laying on the water go tink.
Think you got it.
Like, John, wow, yeah, he did swim up there. And
He zoomed in. Like, knowing that we're 60 feet away and we can see the boil, you know, like.
Or was it the angler was pointed one direction and the cameraman was sitting on a nice bass right alongside his boat?
Well, probably what happened right there, John's looking for one on the bed, so he's not.
Yeah, he pitched over and then he's looking where the fish went.
Right.
The fish was on his.
Right.
Where
He's looking for the next one and the next one and the next one, so.
That 1 pounder is way more important than he knows.
Yeah. I ain't
Try to catch one for y'all. Oh, something happened. I'm throwing in a bunch of fish right now.
Dog. Did you see that?
Wanted to eat it.
Dang it. I was too close. I just spoke the big one right there. I was too close.
Yeah, I got about an hour. I really need one more big one. Make the day a lot better. Make up for some of my missed opportunities, but definitely can't complain.
Oh crap, I didn't mean to turn it off. That sucker come running out of there and grab shad.
I need to check my hook after I pick that fish up.
Here we go.
Oddly.
Thank you.
Dude, I think that's gonna pull.
It's gonna be close. Might help him.
I don't know. I don't know what I got now.
He's got a 2, supposedly.
May not. It's fat. Fat. Yeah, I think it might. I got a 2.5 and a 2.6. I don't know. No, it ain't bigger than nothing I got. It's equal to 3 and 4.
Said there'd be a lot of diversity. Got one throwing to the bank and the other one throwing a big crankbait offshore, first and second place.
Good stuff, and the distance between them has tightened considerably. Less than 4 pounds separating first and second right now. Maybe a little bit less than that if Brad Watley can glean some ounces out of this one right here. He will work on, and we will step away for just a moment and be right back. The Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes in Leesburg, Florida is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Time, well, not running out, but getting close to the point where it's going to be running out for our first flighters, especially here. Day number 2, very important day. You got to be in the top 50 today. At the top, well, things have tightened up a little bit. John Garrett enjoying a 6-7 pound lead for much of the last hour until Brad Watley put a 5-6 in the boat, and that has tightened the top of that a little bit. But down there in 50th place is where the action is going to be at the weigh-in. The weigh-in, by the way, coming up right here on Bassmaster.com, starting the festivities around 3 Eastern, 3 local time here. The incredible Harris chain. There's our anglers we've been with all day long there. Some of them have stayed in the top 10, some have not. Brad Watley has advanced and proved his luck in the top 10, up into 2nd place right now. Very exciting last 30 minutes for Brad Watley.
Alex Redwine caught a 6-2, his 4th fish. He's got almost 11 pounds, knocked somebody out of the top 50.
See Brad Watley very much focusing on shade. Very small little line of it right now, right up on the shoreline basically, but that's where these fish are coming from this afternoon.
They're almost getting shallower than they would actually spawn. Like I feel like they would spawn a little farther out, but they're getting up there to eat.
They're up there
and shade.
feeding.
Yeah, they're post-spawn and doing their thing, and it's like you'd catch them off bed where his boat is, and they're way up there.
I got plenty of time. I got plenty of time. Catch 2 more of them big suckers. Our butt is mine now. They done messed up and toed on themselves.
Watley's, I've had the opportunity the last few years. He only lives about 2.5 hours from here, even though he's East Texas, because it's just south of Texarkana down there. And so I've been able to shoot some content and be able to know Brad Watley a little bit better. And, you know, he calls Lake of the Pines home, Wright Patman home, those lakes. But he said like his interview earlier, if you missed it, he talked about just getting in. He loves fishing. It wasn't because of tournament fishing or making the Elite Series. He wanted to just fish tournaments. Then he got on the Opens. He said, I really just wanted to try to make the Classic. Like I didn't think that the Elites was going to be something that I wanted to desire. I had a great job in a factory doing my deal, and I fished tournaments. And once he made the Classic and the Elites in the same year, he couldn't pass it up. And he's been finding his way on the Elite Series, made the Classic a few times, but he went through a big illness stretch, and he's never wanted to talk about it because he doesn't ever want it to be an excuse, but he's dealt with Crohn's disease for a long while, to where the year he took a medical exemption or a medical hardship, he had to have some kind of procedures and tests done, but through half the season, he had only fished 25% of the practice days. Like he would be at the event, but not able to fish a practice day. And even at the Harris chain here in 2022, he had a great event, but he only fished like a day and a half of practice out of the 3 because he was sick or not able to go physically. And he's gotten that under control during that procedure, during the medical hardship year. And now he's getting more acclimated to the technology that he needs to also compete, putting practices into play for tournaments. And so it's good to see him have it all come to fruition here.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
See Cody Huff right down from John and Garrett. He's been around him for the last hour or so. Was there this morning, but then went off and did some other things. Talk about areas replenishing. This one seems to have, but it's a 100, 150 yard area that John Garrett and Cody are fishing, so a lot bigger area than a Jordan Lead. It's a one cast, certain spot right at a little turn of a grass, outside line of a grass edge.
Said early on today, this is some of the best looking water he could find.
Yep.
In the entire system, color-wise, etc.
Could be part of what's bringing those fish in there. It's just the water quality also. With a lot of these pictures we see, you always got color there on the Harris Chain, more so than other Florida lakes, but some of these pictures, boy, that water looks very green.
Yeah.
A lot of algae in the water.
All day, rest of the day, wherever I see it at.
Got slick calm in here, didn't it? There's still more on the bottom now than there has been. Come on.
After 21-13, Lester's got the smallest limit of the top 10 who started there and
right
stayed there. We had Jordan Lee fall out, David Gaston, Joseph Webster, and John Cox.
It looks like them. Except they're in front of my boat, not to the left. May have missed my chance.
John Garrett said what he had, maybe 7 keepers yesterday. Not
Yeah.
many.
Yeah.
Not many. And I talked about that earlier, but he's a rookie, but he's got so much experience. It's hard for a true rookie. Way back in the day, I was one of those too. To go and just fish for 7 bites a day and know that, hey, these are the right ones, and you'll crash and burn with that mentality, oftentimes. But it's the old going for broke. You often end up broke.
Yeah.
For someone as young as him in his first year on the Elite Series to have that mentality is very unusual. Everybody, or a lot of people have that plan. It's like the Mike Tyson. You have that plan until you get punched in the mouth.
Yeah.
A lot of anglers have that plan, and about 2 hours in the first day, they're like, I got to go catch some keepers.
This ain't working.
Yeah, and he did not do that yesterday. Kudos to him.
One of his mentors, if you don't know, is Mark Menendez. He knows Mark real well. He's obviously, I don't know if it's because Mark goes to bed earlier than they do, but he's rooming with Cody Huff, Logan Park, some of the younger guys, but his mentor for years has been Mark Menendez, and so he is well aware of when you have the opportunity to try to win one. Like, this is you get that moment or that feeling. And
Part of me was wondering
hard
if
to
we should
execute
go
on
hit
it, Dave, you know that, but like
the bridge again.
Yeah, just understand.
Ooh,
there we
that's
go.
a big one. Oh, is that a pickerel? Yeah, that was a pickerel. Wow, that seemed like it was such a big bass, didn't it? It seemed like it was such a big one.
The old razor teeth got him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can see it there. Great
it.
shot. You
Long
can
and
see plain as
slender.
day. It was definitely a pickerel attacking from behind.
Jack of the week.
Yeah.
Great shot.
John Cox trying to put something together here. He's got a little more time. He's a later flight, so he's job one is assure your spot in the top 50. Should be okay for that as it stands right now, but you never know.
I think everybody watching will see John Cox make the cut here on the Harris chain because big things could happen. It's been slow for him today, but he could just as easily go out tomorrow and catch one of those 30-pound stringers like he's done here many times before. Oh, the gator almost got it that time. He'd be tying another one on. Little small gator lunged at his bait. He's playing with him.
Let's take this opportunity to keep the lizard in mind there, but let's talk to one of our human friends, one of our favorite human friends. Right now it's going to be running things at the weigh-in, just not too long from now. Dave Mercer out there. Dave, you're following the story of John Cox and everyone else. And what's playing big in your mind right now? Is a very important day today.
To be honest, Tommy, my mind's all, I'm looking right at the Jumbotron here at our venue, and my mind's all on that gator. I don't even know why you cut in to talk to this idiot. What is that gator doing? An incredible gator. But that's Florida. It's beautiful. You know how I always talk to you guys, and I'm always saying, oh, yeah, it's always 72 degrees and sunny in the studio. You know, you got those cush meals you get to kick back, relax. Pretty cushy lifestyle you guys live. You work very hard, but it's tough out on the road. I say that, but this is like these are the days where you're like, who cares about those bad days? Because it is Chamber of Commerce weather. A beautiful day for a giant weigh-in here today. I'm expecting a really big crowd, and it feels like, to me, watching this tournament, it feels like these last couple of hours we're seeing big moves made. Florida is always all about the big bite, and it looks like it's starting to happen, which makes me, as a weigh-in MC, incredibly happy.
Yeah, so Dave, I know you're a big fan of John Cox, just like all of us here in the studio. Is it surprising to you to see him struggling a little bit today? We all want to see him make the cut and know what he's capable of. Is it a little surprising seeing him struggle a little bit here on the Harris chain?
It's incredibly shocking. I would have bet anything against seeing this, but I will say this. He's going to catch him. I don't know why I'm saying that. I just feel, what's he got? A couple hours of fishing time ahead of him, basically, an hour at least.
Yep.
Dude, would you bet against John Cox catching 5 good fish in the last hour? He is the most, he'll do something dumb, like he'll pull into a marina that he's never fished before, one patch where he just felt like, oh, it looked cool, and he'll pull in and he will catch them. That's what I believe. I could be totally wrong, but I have faith in Cox. I'm a big fan of Cox, and I shouldn't have said either of those on television.
It's quite all right. Everybody loves John Cox. There's no question about that, Dave. Dave, I asked Davey Hyatt this question earlier. I'll ask it in a different way to you. The world of pro bass fishing seems split between people who just want to survive every trip to Florida, just get by without too much damage, and others who can't wait to get here. Well, how would you say, is that 50-50, or which team is the bigger team in that setup?
Well, going into pre-fish, going into this tournament after our anglers having 2 days off to complain to each other, I would have said it's about 10% that like Florida, but I would say it's 35% in favor of. It's such a strange fishery, and when you hit the body of water, this is an incredible body of water, but when you hit it with some weird things going on, they're in that kind of post-spawn funk. Even anglers like Bernie Schultz, there's a lot of Florida anglers that you'd expect, this is a layup for them. The Harris chain has been a difficult one this time around. You look at how different the Open was in the fall, and I think that's the cool thing about a schedule. Every year they introduce the Elite Series schedule, and they, without question, 9 people, 9 locations are really happy, and the rest of the country's really mad at us. But I always say you never know what's going to happen in a tournament till you get there, because the Harris Chain event I would have thought would be much different than this. But it's a truly compelling tournament. They're hitting it at a different time, and I don't think anybody's safe in Florida except for John Cox. So I'm sticking with that. He is going to catch his fish. That was a weird little roller coaster of emotions, but that's what I got for you.
That's exactly what we were looking for. Dave, thank you so much. We know you're going to get real busy here. On probably the lengthiest weigh-in of the tournament, traditionally is on the end of day number 2, but Dave Mercer will be hosting the festivities starting at 3 Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. That's when the first group checks in, and shortly thereafter, the weigh-in will commence. Again, it's a big day. You got to be in the top 50 if you want to make it on to the next day. But mark it down. Check in with it at any time. See what there is to see when weigh-in time runs around. Meantime, we've got an hour's time. How about that for the rest of our anglers to fish? The ones in the first flight anyway, minus travel time. We got some more fishing to bring you. Live fishing from the Harris Chain just around the corner. So stay with us. Back for more live coverage. Day number 2, the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain of Lakes, 3rd stop out of 9 stops this year. The Bassmaster Elite Series for 2024, and like every one of them, day 2 so important. You got to be in the top 50 at the end of the day. We've been in the boat with many in the top 10, although some of them have been displaced from the top 10 and replaced by others. Ed Loughran has moved up into there. Tyler Williams has moved up into the top 10. Ditto for Trey McKinney and Paul Mueller. So some movement up and down that. Expect more movement throughout the remainder of this tournament, but you can't move out of the top 50 today, or else you're done in Central Florida for now. John Cox would like to stay in Central Florida, his home stomping grounds around here. Probably needs to, in his mind, I'm sure he thinks he needs to catch plenty more before this day is done.
I'm with Dave Mercer. I don't think this day is done with John Cox yet. Make some magic happen. Ooh, another. Got it.
Come on, baby. Stay on there. Come on, this is number 5. This is number 5. I think I lassoed him. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's 5 there. Oh my gosh, that took a while. All right. All right. All right. Let's make sure, because we were just throwing them in a panic. Let's see. 3, 4, 5. Yep, that's 5. All right, that's a limit. All right. Never been so thrilled to catch 6 pounds, but I'll take it. Hey, but did you? I thought that was a big one, didn't you? I felt like it was a giant one. It was freaking dink, but I don't know where that hook went. See, I cut it off, and then I threw it on the ground somewhere.
22 pounds on day 1, but that one right there, that limit's got him inside the top 20, Big Game.
I cut it off and then unhooked it. Over here.
Asked him why I was always so happy catching fish. He says, yeah, I could be back where I was working for a living.
Hey. Uh-oh. Little crackle buddy there for Brandon Lester.
Whoa.
Follow me.
Whoa, he's back. One more time.
Let's have a nest nearby.
Oh.
Playing those games.
I think it's in his outboard.
Yeah, come chase me. Come chase me this way.
Whoa, we're back.
Yeah.
Kind of like the goose and Justin Hamner, but
I think this is straight up a camera hog here.
You won't grab him, Brandon. You won't grab him.
He wants him to perch on his finger.
Yeah, Brandon wants him to perch on his finger.
might
Give him
be
a
a-
cracker, Brandon.
Oh, he's getting it. Oh. No, now
I
he's
don't
gone.
know you.
Oh, come on.
What are we doing right now?
Yeah, it's about 2 p.m. local time on a
72
stingy
degrees
day.
on the outside on your Saturday.
Hey, Brandon, let me know when you hook up. I'm going to be back here with this bird, all right?
Hey, JT Tompkins got his flapping hog going out here now. Let's go.
Yep.
JJ's
He's
over
got no
here.
time for that kind of foolishness.
Little crackle birds around him. Here we go.
Not a bad one. Got it choked. Alright.
I'm telling you, he will not give the mop jig love. Straight up a mop jig.
I know you got to negotiate some kind of NIL deal.
Negotiate,
with him. You got to
yeah.
get some NIL for him.
You're not looking at the
said-
chicken man here. Pork or beef, I can tell you that. No NIL money here.
Come on, you made $2.4 billion from your mop jig sales.
Yep.
Oh, Lord. That would get us going. JT Tompkins, slowly but surely.
He's been steady today. I mean, he catches a middling keeper about every 45 minutes, it seems.
I don't even know how John is where he is. Like, he is so far inland. What canal, where's the inch? It's the maze. It's where, it's one of those puzzles where you got to try to figure out how to get the line all the way through the maze.
Yeah, back in his John boat days, he said we could always catch a limit.
Fry.
Catch a few keepers in here.
3-pounder. Come on. He's right in the fry.
I fished Harris Chain of Lakes quite a few times, and I don't think I've ever been anywhere near where he's at.
Yeah, you might get rid of one of them tiny ones. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
Let's see what we got in here. Stay down there, buddy. Let's see. I think it's one of these ones on the float.
It's my fault.
We'll be back to John Cox that predict.
My fault.
More fish on the swimming around here now has been all day, and I can't. Now I'm sure most of them are tilapia, but still.
Somebody just run by here?
Four cameras, four very different pictures there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
John Garrett getting those fish to they're real tough to get a bite, but the crankbait has been best for him. But the slick, calm conditions he has where he's at is not what you want for a crankbait bite. The clearest water in the chain, he said, and basically no wind.
And tilapia around.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
We're seeing some of our Apopka gang come back. Looks like Corey Johnston, Scott Martin are in the lock. It looks like
big stringers.
Jonathan Kelly and Jay Shakir are starting to make their way. We got a two-day total of 20, two-day total of 23, 18, and 21. So they're going to be sweating the cut line currently, or needing one to help on the way back in. I think I saw Chris Aldane in Apopka earlier today, like on Bass Track. Our version of Bass Track.
What does he have?
He's got 23.7.
This is Aldane, yeah.
31st as it stands right now.
Oh,
yep. Oh yeah, we're going to be back.
He is at the cul-de-sac of this long canal, it appears.
I think there was a bigger one behind him.
Kenta Kimura, who had a 6-pounder early this morning, finally filled his limit. He's at 11.5 pounds from 87th to 47th right now, but there's a lot of guys off Bass Track who could.
Oh, no doubt.
Patrick Walters is 50th right now with 19.5 pounds. So there's so many guys behind him without even a timestamp.
And if Patrick says he has 19.5.
Total, that's 5 for 5 today, so.
Yeah.
It was a little low yesterday.
I checked in with KJ Queen for a while. Hats off to him. He has hugged that 10th spot all day long. Not been knocked out of it.
Steve Kennedy?
I had to throw one of mine back. It was dying on me. Yep, so I'm back to 4.
Uh-oh.
Well,
maybe back to 5.
I got 5.
Ooh, back to 5.
How many people has he done that to today?
Yeah, exactly.
He had it on the line when Kennedy came by.
I got 2 decent ones, and then I got 1 dead one. 1 died on me.
So KJ said that yesterday.
Thank you.
And you've seen this. We've all seen this. He said it's been odd that the visual fish he's seen that aren't on bed, maybe suspended in the middle of a canal or doing something, they're floating and not moving. They're not in an active feeding mode. They're not swimming away from them. They're just sitting there, almost like they are in the process of dying, or they're just so lethargic. They're just sitting there.
Get rid of one of those ones.
And that he didn't have any penalties yesterday with 20 pounds. Like he said, I caught all of them. They looked pitiful. I don't know what the deal is, but it's weird that he mentioned that specifically. He said their eyes look funny. He said it's just weird.
Yeah, I don't know about the eyes funny part, but the spawning process can be tough on those fish, and it takes them a little while to recover. And we always talk about it, and I'm not a big fan of spraying herbicides in our waters either, but I think we tend to try to blame everything we see that's not going just perfectly on, they're spraying, it's all because of spraying, and a lot of times it is, but I'm not saying that I think all the times it's everything we see is because they have sprayed in the state of Florida. So to answer your question, I don't know.
No, and that's what it was just kind of a weird deal. Like he would love to target hardier fish and fish that can survive better, but it's just I don't know if it's the canals he's in or what it is. Lack of oxygen maybe in the water, or
water quality is always an issue in these canals, and when it's tannic water, very acidic water back in these swampy areas, gets pushed in and out.
Stuff, yeah.
It's always an issue.
That's the way it stands right now. John Garrett on top, 3 pound, 7 ounce estimated lead right now. We just saw John Cox kind of dig himself a little bit further out of the hole caused by the morning and how it went for him there. So we'll continue looking at that. We got some more fishing to bring you. We will be right back in just a couple of minutes. Ah, yes. The residents
Here we are, the Lowrance Bassmaster Elite, and Davey, we got some creatures out there, critters out there.
We definitely do. That snake up on the dock, and I think that's Henry, the local 10-foot gator that hangs under Mr. Jones' dock.
I would not want to be bumping boats with a gator, no doubt about it. And those snakes, they can stay right where they are for sure. Don't want to mess with them either. As we're bringing it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge real quick, before we left, we're halfway through this tournament. We'll have semifinal Sunday, and then we'll have championship Monday. So we'll cut our field from 103 today to 50 tomorrow, and then to the top 10 on Monday. And we've got 8 lakes in play at the Harris Chain. And so at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I wanted to kind of cover, we've seen Griffin on day 1 factored for us in the canal, out in the lake as well. A couple different people. We've seen Harris obviously has been our takeoff lake. It's been one of the most important lakes for a lot of our anglers. We saw Clun, Schmidt, we've seen Watley, we've seen Scott Martin, some other anglers really get off to a good start in the morning and ride that momentum. Eustis was the one lake yesterday that didn't really get any play, but we've seen now Brandon Lester and Brock Mosley have some success in Eustis. We'll see how that goes going forward. And then Dora's been a place that we've seen a couple anglers, JT Tompkins specifically and lately. Beauclair, we've had David Gaston and some others. Jordan Lee's kind of in the in-between of Beauclair and of Dora, so he's kind of in the connecting portion. Carlton's been a little bit of John Garrett. We've seen Cody Huff in there. Not on live, but Cody Huff in the view of John Garrett's camera. And then Apopka's kind of the one that we had high expectations for as far south as it is from the takeoff. We saw Scott Martin head down there and lock through yesterday, caught 5 or 6 fish, but none of them really culled out his morning shad spawn bites that he got around the, Lake Harris. So he came back kind of less than fruitful. He still decided to make the run down there today because the ceiling is so high. But with the wind, we've seen Apopka not factor nearly as much as we thought. So really the only place that we haven't seen is Little Lake Harris. And not to throw Little Lake Harris under the bus, but maybe we will see that lake show up on Bassmaster Live either tomorrow or on Monday. So of the 8 lakes, guys, we've seen 7 of them contribute to live catches on the Harris Chain so far through 2 days of competition. We'll see what transpires. But do you like the way that some of our anglers are dispersed? Our top 10 is seemingly, we're seeing different portions of, we're going to have 2 or 3 guys in multiple lakes tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think the big surprise, Lake Apopka, that we haven't seen a big stringer come from there yet. I totally believe that it's because of those high winds we had on Thursday. And I also believe we'll see it become a player before this tournament is over.
I do not doubt if we'll see someone maybe in 37th, 38th place in the tournament go down there and have a huge day and almost make the top 10 or maybe sneak in the top 10.
So it's kind of risky to go on day 1 or 2 down there, Davey?
It really depends on the flight that you have. If you one of the first few boats and can get up there and lock through quickly,
maybe worth it.
Maybe worth it. Or if you're a very late draw, you just give it a couple hours, you go, but you don't have to be in until 4:30. The guys that are risky for those middle flight kind of guys, it's going to be, I think Brad Watley was 51, boat 51, and then boat 49.
Late on flight 2, early on flight 3. His
just a bad combination.
Yeah.
To try to do something like that.
Very similar, like times, like yes, he's checking in 2 different times each day, but he's right in the happy medium. He's got a decent amount of time each day, not an early day, not a late day.
A lot of guys trying for late heroic catch right now. Clark Wendland just caught a 4-pounder. He's up to 13 on the day from 91st. He's just inside the cut at 47th. He may not be able to stay there, but he can still cull too.
I would love that for my Drain the Lake team, Such. Thank you. Be great. Decided to use Clark here.
Oh, that could save the Classic. That could save
no doubt about it.
Angler Year. I mean, just
40-something points.
Yeah.
Let alone what he could climb tomorrow.
And that's why we didn't want to harp on the negative as we see Brandon Lester culling there. But Ben Milliken, he came in tied for the AOI lead, tied for the Rookie of the Year lead. He may have dropped down big time because he only caught low weight yesterday, but he told a story of, I thought I had 5 all day. I was culling all day, and I came in, I only had 4 fish. So even if he would have only added 1.25 pounds, that is about 15 spots this week, Such, down at the bottom. And so that's 15 points at the end of the year that could really make or break a lot of things.
We don't have any report from him today yet. He's one of those off the grid
He's one who's been known to make a move to Apopka, so who knows?
Could be.
Kyle Norsetter just jumped into our top 10 in 10th, knocking KJ Queen out. Norsetter about 13 pounds on the day.
Ooh. Solid fish here, you can tell. Set that hook.
Oh, yeah.
Not a lot of movement.
Let's go.
A couple of 2.5 pounders, the smallest two.
There we go. More meat.
That's gonna help him.
I think he's got a couple of 2.5 pounders. So
Let's get rid of this one.
We say that was at least a 4-pounder.
Yep. Okay, I knew it was that one.
right below Brad Watley right now. It's going to get him closer.
That's what we're throwing back right there. There we go. Gotta get me another Yamamoto flapping hog if I can find them, because I keep putting them in different places every time. There they are.
Davey, if he was breaking off or needing, like, dulling the hook too much, he would be mentioning the mop jig.
Dip it
but
in
he's
a
not,
little
he's not
jig,
retying, he's
magic.
keeping the same jig on.
Yeah.
He's waiting on that NIL check, I'm telling you.
I do like his choice of trailers also. But let's take a peek at that jig, big guy.
Back on the jig she goes.
Somebody said yesterday, you know, these youngins like Trey McKinney and JT Tompkins have fished with some old heads, as they call them, because they got JJs in the boat, and that is old school delight.
We're wearing a cut and retie after every fish now. I don't want to break none off, and we're in an area where there's giants. So.
What do we have him at unofficially now? For today,
16 pounds. Yeah.
Even, 16 even.
Enough?
I think that's light, but.
Especially because we thought he had a 4.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a 4 on there.
Picture of John Garrett there, and the music tells us one thing, right, David?
That tells us we got a power pole replay today, and we don't have a recent fish loss with John Garrett, so I think it's going to be all positive.
Oh, good.
All positive. John Garrett jumped out to a 6-pound lead on our last power pole replay today because he was not catching this size. He was catching some a lot bigger a little later in the day. But let's look at his day as a whole. He did catch a fair amount of these to start with, and we're thinking, oh boy, caught 6 yesterday and they were all big. Well, then the big started biting again for him, didn't it, Ronnie?
No doubt about it. And one thing that's impressive about this is through our first 2 elite events, guys, yes, Trey McKinney led 3 different days, and yes, Kiyoya Fujita led multiple days at Toledo Bend. None of the day 1 leaders this year have led on day 2. They have fallen that next day. The fact that he had a chance to fall this morning with catching small ones and then losing a lot of good ones, he stayed in it, and he's going to still be in the lead going into tomorrow, most likely, and he still has the chance to go wire to wire for the first elite winner this year, even though Hamner went wire to wire in the Classic. So it's a hard feat to manage, but he did a lot of good work today.
Boy, if you look down at the 50 cut, the guys 2 above and 4 below are 1 ounce each apart.
Wow.
Bass Track.
John Garrett mixing it up today with a lot more baits. Different type baits, different type crankbaits, different brands, different everything versus yesterday.
Ironically, the last man in the 50 cut right now is the mentor, as we've talked about earlier, for John Garrett, Mark Menendez.
Mark's also, we'll mention him next week. I have some graphics of the 5 active leaders for tournaments fished. Obviously, Rick Clun will be hitting number 500 next week. I think Bernie Schultz is second, Gerald Swindle, Mike Iaconelli, Mark Menendez. That's your top 5. And Menendez is, I think, 1 event behind Ike. So honestly, it's going to come down to whoever makes the classic. And they can that'll be the Ike will separate a little bit more, or Menendez will tie him, in the future, because they'll both be scheduled for 9 events each year.
Yeah, Mark's been fishing a long time.
Yeah. Had some medical time off a
Yep.
few years back. Yeah.
Because he started before, other than
JT's hooked up with
Rick and Bernie. He certainly started before Gerald and
Don't want to part
Iaconelli.
my chunk. I just prettied it up, you cracker. Just got done putting it on nice and neat, and she flopping her head around.
Of those 5 active, 3 of them are in our total overall top 10. Kevin Short was inquiring of who would be in the overall top 10 yesterday, and so I kind of pulled that list up and texted him some of those people. But yeah, we've got some names like Brower, and you have Swindle is in the top 10 active all time, and you got the Tommy Martin of the world is in the top 10.
Oh, sure.
Zell Rowland.
A number of tournaments overall, just
Yes,
active
overall,
or in that?
Yeah,
Okay.
just overall,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Know what that music means there?
Not sure.
Tommy?
Almost time to go.
On and on and on.
Oh,
You're
I
tied
guess
for
that
28.
is. That's our walk-off music, I guess.
Yes.
Here, well, we may walk off, but at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, right here in just a couple of minutes, the first flight has to check in, and shortly after that, the weigh-in festivities will commence. Big weigh-in today. Got to be in the top 50. All 103 anglers will pass by. We will hear their story and note the results, because 50 will fish tomorrow and 10 will fish on Championship Monday. Dave Mercer will be running the show there, you can bet, and we certainly appreciate being able to bring you all this live coverage today from one of the great places in the world of bass fishing, the Harris Chain of Lakes. A different look at it 2 months later than we were the last few times we have been here. It's very, very informative, very interesting, and a lot of diversity. That's a good thing. We love that.
A lot of diversity. It looks like right now our leader is still going to be John Garrett. Some more time for these guys to fish, but man, a lot of changes. Some people to move from the 90s up into the cut and vice versa. A lot of big changes. I'm going to be watching that weigh-in.
Oh, absolutely. Me too. We salute all of our anglers who made the trip to Florida, taking on that big task, and to the ones who are going to move on to tomorrow, we look forward to seeing them. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We will be coming your way right at about 8 a.m. Eastern Time, Central Time tomorrow. That's on FS1.
Oh my God!
Continue tomorrow, also later in the day right here on Bassmaster.com. So
Yes, sir.
look forward to seeing what transpires. The weather conditions seem to be getting better. Could be big changes in the air all day tomorrow. Day number 3, semifinal Sunday, and we'll see you then, right here.
Oh, yeah. It ain't over till it's over, baby. Come on.